My lawyer just called and asked if I was ready for court tomorrow. I said, hell yeah. I ain't going. See, I've been spending the last 6 months booby trapping my entire 500 acres. I got snake pits, rolling logs, bear traps. I got some straight up Indiana Jones shit. I got a fucking boulder that'll fall down when you open my front door. I got about 120 coyotes that I trained to bite anything with a crew cut and a fucking badge. I flew an old Vietnamese man out here and he helped me dig about 12 miles worth of underground tunnels. I have 450 cameras I've rigged to solar panels all around this motherfucker. I got a Bengal tiger locked in my bathroom who fucking kill for a pork chop right now. You know, it's surprisingly easy to teach a raccoon how to loosen lug nuts and cut brake lines. I'd rather live the rest of my life in the woods living off fucking wild ginseng creek water than go to fucking jail one more time. I don't even try to bring no helicopters down here neither, like I ain't got a whole fucking coop full of pigeons with C4 tied around their feet. Got a bunch of PVC pipe full of gunpowder and ball bearings and a baboon who is deadly accurate with the nail gun.
After the Rifts game, I hope more of you can come along for the ride on that particular meme. Fucking Psy Druids, man. I will not get locked up in the burbs again. Average gloom spite tactics, yeah. Hey, how you guys doing this fun evening? Can't believe HeyWoah's name is Tyler? I don't understand the meme. Please explain. Sunshine and Black, thanks for the tier 1, 32 months. Help. I can't make ogre lists with the new hero requirements. Hey, welcome to last edition as well, at least for the BCR side. I have some thoughts. If you're trying to build ogre armies right now, I feel your pain. And I have some thoughts on it. But just, you know, not like too deep thoughts. I haven't played 20 games or anything. You need to catch the parts of Rifts that you missed. Too much HeyWoah, too fast. Damn. Smother them. Absolutely bury them in content. Monday, stream. Tuesday, stream. Wednesday, work on AoS 4th edition video. Thursday, 5.5 hour Rifts game with Jupes and CJ and Vincent Venturella. Friday, stream. When does this guy have time for his day job? I don't sleep. I can't do this very long, but it's been a good week, I gotta tell ya. Tyler HeyWoah Rose. Oh, okay. Breaking news, reading on Fun War Scrolls for Not Your Army still hurts. Yeah, and it actually does a little bit. My problem is, like, it's, especially as a content creator, this is kind of a thing, right? Where the difference in general, like, insight you have for an army when you play that army is so different than even if you've done a lot of reading, done a lot of research or whatever. It's just so huge, right? And so this early, you're just kind of looking at War Scrolls and points, and you know, you're generally good at the game and you generally know a lot about the game, but everything's changing, and so I just kind of make commentary that I'm able to. This sounds like I'm leading up to some sort of apology. I'm not. I just wanted to clarify, I guess. But what it means is that when we get to ogres, I'll have a lot of shit to say, obviously. But breaking news, Destruction Army is moving to 4s and 2s was considered fun, according to survey results. AoS 5, typical Destruction Army profile will be 5s and 1s for even more fun, yeah. Frostpunk RP, yeah. What place is this? You know, I used to know. Is this Switzerland? I can't recall. It's at the very beginning. You're not apologizing. In fact, it's all your fault. All right. You hesitate to play IDK 1 drop, but you fear people will judge your 2 turtles. You mean like they'll judge it to be too awesome? Because it sounds awesome to me. You spent 1,000 points on 2 models. You know, if your opponent can't punish you for that, what are they doing with their life? In a certain sense. Played a game against KO and they did 52 damage in the first turn to your dinos. Dinos won anyway. And this is called balance. It said burn at the beginning, so yes, it's Switzerland. Nailed it. Thank you, foreign exchange student from 5th grade that taught me what Swiss German was. And how to do a varial heel flip without landing on the back. Gone but not forgotten. Until this very moment, actually. All indexes are not created equal. Shitpost hype is real. It is. I'm very looking forward to it. I didn't look at anything Wednesday, so I don't know anything about death. I didn't look at anything Thursday. I don't know anything about chaos. I was busy. And now today, I have queued up destruction, but I haven't looked at it. I don't even need the Twitch act for this one. This is going to be true facts, live reaction. Which also means that my commentary is going to be probably less useful, but we'll get the thumbnails ready. Breaking news: brutes with their 4-inch movement were accidentally playtested on Spearhead-sized boards. Maybe. I mean, my main problem with them is their incredible slowness, but my other problem with them is my problem with actually a lot of stuff in destruction. It's like, alright, this shit can do a lot of damage, and then it will die. It just won't stick around. You do the trade, you know? Alright, I trade your guy for mine. Oh, it's your turn, you trade yours for mine. Alright, you know? If anything can manage to throw a wrench into that trade back and forth, it's real good. They're really 7-inch instead of Mighty Destroyer. I wouldn't... No, I don't think so. They can be, but I wouldn't put it so commonly in your head that it just becomes the number 7 on there. Because you're going to be using that on other stuff, and you could be using that on other stuff. You know, Mighty Destroyers can turn a 12 into a 15, a 10 into a 13, etc. You know. Things you can just do that in your head is like the old Hungry and Eating, where it's just +2 move on every War Scroll, Rain or Shine, unless you are in combat. So it only matters for retreats, essentially. Something like that you can just replace it in your head, but...
Twitch Prime.
These brutes are a 3 wound on a 3-up? Yes, they are. If everybody played fair, brutes would probably be pretty durable. But I don't know if you've been watching the zeitgeist of the metagame swirling, you know? And it's same as it ever was, right? In certain sense. Bunch of 3-up armor save armies complain that there are too many mortal wounds in the game in 3rd edition. And so they remove a lot of mortal wounds from the game, and then we go to 4th edition, and what units is everyone talking about playing with? The ones with mortal wounds. Why? Because otherwise the 2-up and 3-up save armies would be literally indestructible. Same as it ever was. You ordered a big hat, and as it turns out, your head is too big for the big... You are now the 2nd person to have told me that. Nois Ferratu. I apologize. My hats are one size fits all. Well, they might have gotten sued over that sentence. One size fits most. If you want to just return it, you can, because somebody else said that it was too big for their head as well. And I offered for them to return it if they wanted to. But I think they got some like strap thing. There's a little extra thing they can put on, and then it worked fine, but so sorry about that. Yeah, playing life on GoldenEye 64 big head mode. Dragon Install, I think, is a big prime for 14 months. Appreciate it. and just grow a bigger head. No, that's the problem. His head big. It's already... He needs a bigger hat. Or a smaller head. And the hat problem's a lot easier to fix. Less painful, too. Galaxy brain hat. Yeah. Gone heavy into KO before we knew much about 4.0. That's something I never recommend doing. Because... I don't know, you don't want to go in blind, you know, especially if you're paying that much. It's not buyer's remorse yet, but you hope there's big changes coming, yeah. I mean, a lot of people feel that way, right? It's hard to fight against people's impulses of just like, you know, damn, I'm gonna get all this stuff, I'm really excited. But I always give the boring advice, and that is, you know, until you see it in writing, hold off. Be a smart shopper. Unless you're a painter, then you don't have to give a shit. If you play the game 4 times a year, and you're mostly a hobby person, then it doesn't matter really. Just take all the cool stuff, no downside. There are still armies that do very good mortal wound output, of course, yeah. I mean, if there were no mortal wounds, then 3-up armor armies would be like virtually invincible, right? Mortal wounds are in the game kind of as a balance to that. You could go for like super rend, you know. In like if there could be, they could make the game in such a way so that there were no mortal wounds at all, but rend went up to like 7. At that point, it's kind of like the same thing, though, right? You have the opinion that 9 Han look incredibly strong? Same. But I haven't seen the full thing yet. They got those goofy-ass teleporting horses. Those shits seem real good for VPs. And almost no one was helped more. This is wrong. This is hyperbole. Almost nobody was helped more by 3-inch combat ranges than Night Han. Cloud's guys, every single one gets to attack always. Your entire army flies, so it gets to ignore the most annoying rules in the game. It gets to ignore all terrain. They introduced this entire keyword system and put it on almost every war scroll in the game, sometimes multiple times, called anti-X. And because you're a thorough, you get to ignore it 100%. Just, that doesn't matter. Anti-what? Who? No. Every war scroll that they paid points for that has rend on it, they overpaid. You know, like Phantom causing them to overpay. I don't know if Night Han will end up being like a top tier army or anything, but if you're concerned about them being bad, at least from my initial reading of them, they seemed good. Olinder didn't like blow my brains out as far as like excitement levels for her war scroll exactly, but the army itself seems pretty good. Night Han's the new big bad? I don't know. People were saying that Cruel Boys is like really scary.
King.
Grunt 9109, thanks for the 9 months. Yeah, happy AoS 4th of July, true. Orcs of both flavors look great. Feel like they won't be too oppressive due to the number of regiments they'll have to bring. Yeah, I don't know anything about that yet. Elden Ring Boatman plus teleporting horses. You think Skaven might be the new big bad? The thing, in my opinion, that Skaven managed to keep from 3rd edition and nobody else kept this is good shooting. Skaven have sniping if they want it. They have normal damage shooting that's good. And they kept mortal wound shooting, which is virtually the only thing in the whole game that did in the lightning cannon. Now, it will kill itself on the 2nd shot of the game. But they kept it. Good shooting will help with battle tactic flow, you think? Quite a few BTs about killing stuff. I think quite possibly. Quite possibly shooting will be less about trying to snipe your opponent's linchpin hero, and instead shooting their furies. You know? Just very early game, immediately taking out their furies, immediately taking out their two-man unit of frost sabers, immediately taking out their Kinnerai Heartrenders or something. Just get rid of those little tiny shits that everybody is probably going to be playing, that's like 100 points, super fast, maybe has a teleport, and is just supposed to like scoop up victory points with a snow shovel for 5 battle rounds. Like it might be worth just taking those things out of the equation real early. But we'll see. We'll see how the metagame adapts. Problem with that is you got to make sure, or rather you have to keep in mind, so many armies have bring squads back that you're going to have to think about that too. Where are we digitally walking this time? Bern, I think, Switzerland. It's a nice somber place. Plus I like snow imagery. It's going to be hard to do that to sabers. True. They are not visible next to terrain. It's almost like frost sabers are looking kind of good this edition. Not for being screens, and not for being chaff, I don't think. They don't cover enough surface area. It's 2 small cavalry bases. The whole thing covers like this much room. You can't bubble wrap with that. But I think they're going to be pretty useful in any case. And yes, they are beast, so they have the worst of everything. But 9-inch move and you can't shoot them if they're near terrain. Sounds like a thing that just stands places and then runs somewhere else and stands somewhere, you know. And the next battle round runs somewhere else and stands somewhere. God knows their models aren't looking too good. Well, here's the thing. The models look fine. They're called Fenrisian Wolves, and that's what I use, and that's what every Beastclaw player I've ever seen uses. Fenrisian Wolves. You get 5 of them for the same cost as like 1 actual Frost Saber, and they look better, and they're more dynamic, and they're plastic. And they're cheaper. And they have more poses. Sandy but dandy. Thanks for the tier 1 for 3 months. Appreciate it. Happy 4th Monzuir. True. You wouldn't call them good, you'd call them useful, sure. Seems like a lot of armies are going to have big blocks of super buffed melee army units again, yeah. Kind of a return to form. That was sort of how people built armies back in the olden days, when massive regiments were still around, and that rule was still around. They'd have a 30 block of something, and then 2, like, Death Star heroes buffing it. And that was their Giga Hammer that they did work with. Sometimes they could fit 2 of those in an army, and then the rest was, like, just dinky stuff. What are you thinking about 5 Flosh? I think it's going to suck. I'm doing it for the memes, and I'm going to try it out. But I don't think it's going to be any good. Or rather, I don't have any illusions about it being any good. I just want to see it on the table. It should be kind of fun, though. I'm going to be in the Ogre Mawtribes laboratory for the next, like, 2 weeks or so. And so just playing games and, oh, what about this list? This unit doesn't look good, so let's spam it and see how it does in a game and find the situations where it's good. And maybe it just doesn't have any, like, who knows. So I'm going to do that with Mournfang, because they don't look like they're worth it. I'm going to do that with, you know, 5-drop, you know, Frost Lord thing, leaning all the way into the endless prayer, or not endless prayer, unlimited prayer. I got a list built up that has 5 priests and 7 monsters, and I'm like leaning all the way into priest stuff, see if that's serviceable. Basically, I'm just feeling around in the dark, and I'm starting on the bottom and going up. I still don't know what Yetis do. I think they'll, you know, I'll figure it out today. When are you going to play Noblars? They don't want me to, Jorf and Joyer. They're trying to get me not to. Noblars are foundational, bedrock, important in a Gutbusters army. In a Beastclaw army, they don't fit. They don't do what you want them to do, and so they don't belong. In Gutbusters, you really, especially in 3rd edition and 2nd edition, you really did want to play Noblars, 2 units min. They were very good for exactly what strategy you were trying to do. But now, from what I have seen, this is crazy, but you can't take Noblars unless you play with a Tyrant. Like, none of the other Ogre guys are allowed to take Noblars in their regiments. And that's fucked up. Master has Noblars on his model, and he's not allowed to take him as a hero. So, that's kind of fucked up. Because I've seen the Tyrant War Scroll, and that guy fucking sucks. Ain't no way I'm trying to take him in any army, Ogre or, you know, Gutbuster or BCR, right? So I don't see what the point is. And as far as Frostlord on Stonehorn, I don't think you want one in a Gutbuster army. He doesn't do anything you want. You used to take one Frostlord in your mixed Gutbuster army because he was fast and very durable. Those were the 2 things you took him for. And he is exactly neither of both of those things. And so I don't know why you would want him in a Gutbuster army. Just take more Gutbuster guys, to be perfectly honest. I mean, maybe you take him so that you can take Noblars for your Gutbuster army, but that, man, you're paying a lot of points on the back end for just 2 screens of Noblars. Probably you take Leadbelchers instead, even though they're trash. Just as pure chaff, I guess. Essentially, you pay what? You pay 20 extra, 30 extra points, and then you don't have to take a Tyrant. That might be worth the trade. Even though Noblars are better than Leadbelchers. I think maybe you just roll with it. You're like, look, back when Gutbusters were trying to protect 3 Iron Blasters and giving them AoE with trophy rack and +1 to hit and everything, we needed the Noblars the most. But now that Iron Blasters suck and the spell got taken away and trophy rack got changed and the sub-faction is worse, maybe you just don't even want Noblars at all. Look, just take more Gluttons. Just take 2,000 points of fucking beef that's all the same, and the ones in front are just gonna act like the chaff. Sometimes they'll get killed, whatever. I don't know, maybe that's the way forward. Ogre is becoming less durable is such a huge turnoff for you. I mean, Gutbusters basically stayed the same, except for Iron Guts. Poor sons of bitches. But it wasn't, I don't know. Yeah, Gutbusters are about the same, arguably more durable, because of the 5-up thing from the Slaughtermaster. BCR lost over half of their entire durability. It's just gone. So I'm not sure what we're supposed to do about, like, somebody who fights first. We just die to that. Somebody makes you fight last. I think we just die to that. I'm not sure. I gotta play some games and figure it out. It's not doomy. I'm just trying to take a gander at what situation we're getting in. I'll tell you one thing though. Gutbuster playstyle looks very fun, but I'm not trying to buy 30 Gluttons. today. When, if they're gonna upgrade any other army ranges after they just did Skaven, man, Ogres is like the prime choice for that if you're thinking about how much Finecast is in there and how much like Warhammer Fantasy they are. I just don't think I'm trying to buy 30 Gluttons today. I'll wait. I'll wait for that refresh, and maybe they'll look better, besides. Regiments are basically a pseudo rule of 3. I mean, no. Kinda. In a certain way. Aesthetically, what would you play instead of BCR? That's easy, Stormcrow. Great question. Aesthetically, what would I play instead of BCR? Slaves to Darkness. Best aesthetic in the game. Fridge Frazetta. No question. Is that the bear name in Swiss? I don't know. New ogres seem to remind you of... They seem like Fat Doc, but designed for destruction. Parenthetical badly. The more I think about your sentence, the more I don't like it, because it's true. Ogre Mawtribes is fat Daughters of Cain with no Marathi. That's it. Send tweet. Damn, this one's doing numbers. No, I actually agree. That's it. That's it. No. Good meme, actually. Because we have Kinnerai heart renders too, right? Ours cost 260, but we have them, technically. The ideal male versus the ideal female body type. Yeah, yeah. Where's the Glutton X Witch Elf Dojin? You would be very surprised. There's a lot of that. It's called Ugly Bastard, and I don't really understand it myself, but it's a thing. The ogre versus the hag, yeah. Tags for. I'm out. Thanks. Nope. Is there a unit in the lore for BCR but not in the game that you would like? You're not familiar with their lore? Yeah. There's an Icebrow Hunter. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. Besides stuff in the lore that I think is misrepresented, there are Frost Kings. And Frost Kings are basically like super Frost Lords. They command several Alpha Stuns. They ride like living mountains or something like that. They're kind of like mythical legendary dudes. They sleep for like 1,000 years and wake up and are roused in times of need and stuff. They're essentially the over tyrant or the what's it called? Glob Glittermaw kind of guy, or I can't remember what the old over tyrant guy was, but it was basically that, except for BCR. Technically, they made the War Scroll for a Frost King already. You actually just copy-paste Kragnos' entire War Scroll, and it fits perfectly. Except an actual ogre instead of a centaur guy. Yeah, that was it. Griasus Goldtooth. Did the Bloodhound Hunter get any adjustments? That was one of the ones I haven't seen yet. I'm looking forward to looking at it once we get into content. But man, you know what? Monday we blasted right in, played a Spearhead game. Tuesday went over a bunch of order armies and took a bunch of notes. Thursday instantly started the Rifts game because I thought it might go long. Today I would like to walk. Just slow down, you know? There'll be time, probably. And imagine a named ogre character. Yeah, that'd be nice too. There's a bunch of named ogre characters in the lore. There's 6 of them that used to lead all the Alferstuns in the 1st edition book. So there's 6 named ones there. There's Bragoth, that's another one. There's Bear Guts, another one. Svard is another. Yeah, there's a ton of named characters they could draw from if they cared to. We also lost 2 named characters. Yeah, but we lost literal who named characters made up out of nowhere. Some random foot hero whose name was first typed into a notepad document like a month before the thing came out, right? Hrothgorn, some guy, man trapper, the stupid pirate guy who looks dumb, right? I'm talking about the lore. That being said, I don't care that much. What do you think was the design choice reason to take the 5-up board away from Stonehorn? Design choice? I think... I think the reason they ended up taking away 5-up ward, and I'm just like completely guessing at what they're thinking about game mechanics are concerned, but it's no secret that Ogre Mawtribes has always had a terrific problem with internal balance. More so than most other armies. I know everybody's army has internal balance problems. Right. But Ogre Mawtribes have had it probably the worst. For the longest. Aside from arguably Idoneth Deepkin when they were only spamming eels. It's probably the worst one out of any ever, right? But the problem, the cause of that is sort of similar between those 2 armies, right? People, including me, would say that Ogre Mawtribes is 1 good war scroll and then a bunch of trash, right? Frostwood on Stonehorn was good, everything else was bad. And if that's true, and it basically was, forever. For a few months in 3rd edition, you could build a really cool Gutbuster army, actually, but then they nerfed every part of it and raised the points and changed the rules of the whole game so you couldn't shoot heroes anymore. And then it went away entirely. How do you solve the internal balance problem of Frostwood on Stonehorn being good and everything else being bad? Well, you have to decide whether Frostwood on Stonehorn is too good, period. Like in the game of Age of Sigmar, right? And if it is, then it's got to get worse in specific ways so that other parts of the army can ever be choosable. If you want something durable, you take a Frostwood on Stonehorn. Would you take anything else? No, nothing else is durable. If you want something fast, what do you take in Ogre Mawtribes? Frostwood on Stonehorn, the fastest guy, right? If you want something that does good damage, what do you take? Not really him, actually. He wasn't all there. You did okay damage. He did okay damage. Not like great, not consistent, right? So he was just the answer to too many questions. He was the best of all the things. And everything else was basically just a way worse version of him, but not cheap, but not more cheap enough not to make it just worth taking him anyway, right? Yeah, the Frostlord goes in the square hole. That was essentially it. And so they're like, we'll give him a 4-up save just like everything else. Because one of the big things that like stopped you from not one of the big things that stopped you from taking anything besides a Frostlord was, man, the jump from a 4-up save to a 3-up save was so huge, right? And so Huskguards were just bad. Beast Riders were just bad. You took them anyway because you needed to get 2,000 points somehow. But And then after that, they're like, okay, well, are ogres supposed to be a durable army? And the answer is no. They kind of reevaluated what ogres were supposed to be about. Back to the drawing board. What are the traits we want? We'll get a big whiteboard and just write words on it, you know? What do we want ogres to be? And fast used to be written on the whiteboard, they crossed it out. And durable used to be written on the whiteboard, they crossed it out. And so, you know, it was kind of like a refocusing what the army is supposed to do and how it's supposed to play. Ogres are glass cannon control score army now. Yeah. Which to me feels weird, right? You would think a control score army would lend itself naturally, tactically, to being anvils, right? Like if you were gonna say, I want a control score army, what type of army might come to your head? Oh, something like Fire Slayers or Nurgle, Stormcast. Something that can, like, survive and then be capturing those points. But it's a weird fit, isn't it, to be a glass cannon and then also control score. It's like, oh shit, how do we deal with these guys that have great control scores? Well, you just kill them. It's actually really easy. Oh. Hey, all right. Yeah, cities maybe. What is Ogre identity compared to other armies? We're figuring that out right now. Massive copium, okay? We're figuring that out. Now is the exact time that we're trying stuff and looking to see what armies do well and seeing people invent lists and do some testing. We want to figure out what Ogres is, right? It's clear that they intend for Ogres to be the glass cannon control score. All in. Like overextend, you know. Overextend, glass cannon control score. If that doesn't work, we'll have to try something else with the tools available to us. But I think that's the intent, is that. Ogres used to be impact hits the army? Yes. They aren't anymore. Which is sad. That was my favorite part about them. They do technically do them sometimes, but it's not... the thrill is gone, as they say. According to Games Workshop, ogres are hefty, brutal, and hungry. Thanks, it doesn't help at all. But, you know, we memed on those 3 random words to help you decide on an army thing the Games Workshop did. It's hard to write 3 random words that'll get a point across really easily, though. Right. Girthy, massive, big. It's interesting, ogres can do surprisingly well into pure toughness armies, as they can't really kill you quite fast enough, but you outscore them regardless. That might be the case, Khazad-dog. Perhaps we are the silver bullet to anvil armies. Like if there's any pure anvil armies still left, something like Nurgle, right? Maybe we are the silver bullet to them. Because even though we're glass cannons, they still can't quite kill us fast enough and we just outscore them. Maybe we're good against the low damage armies. Something like that, right? Could be the case. Maw Pit should be usable for BCR now. I saw, yeah, it's enemy keyworded. No longer are we hurt by a terrain feature for our army, which is kind of cool. Gluttons are the most wounds of any unit in the game. True. But I don't really care about that. I care about something similar to that, right? Like effective wounds, or maybe like durability or something, right? How much damage can you take before you die versus various types of attacks, you know? That number matters way more than like how many wounds you happen to have, right? Because we have 4 wounds a guy on a 5-up save. If you make that 5-up save a 2-up save and cut the number of wounds in half, we're actually more durable. But then mortal wounds are better, right? So I think it's more complicated than that. Will you be doing more Spearhead games? No. We watched the other one earlier and it was really enjoyable. Yeah, I had fun. I liked it. I think it's good for the game. It's good for people getting into it. It's nice and fast. It's something that if you're fried after work, you can still probably just play a Spearhead game and it's fine. I think all the things are really good for the game itself. You know? So, I will only say basically good things about Spearhead. And the battle tactics system of Spearhead is superior to the one in the real game. Just is. I liked it. I don't think I'll ever play it again, but I liked it. Are the ogres even supposed to be tanky? I don't know. It's a good question. Every time Games Workshop talks about ogres, whether it be an article or a battle tome, or even like some rules people, they always talk about how ogres are so tough and tanky and durable and big, hefty, huge wounds, right? And that's like just not true. They're glass cannons. They always have been. Except for one model. Except for a single Frostwood on Stonehorn. In 1st edition, 2nd edition, 3rd, they've always been glass cannons. And then the way Games Workshop talks about them, you would think they were Nurgle or something. And that's just never been even remotely true. And so I don't know if they're lying or if they just don't know. Or if they're using that language because physically the ogres look big and they're like, well, they have a lot of wounds. They aren't durable, that's for sure, but they have a lot of wounds, so maybe we can pass this off. I don't know, it's weird. Maybe they are supposed to be tanky, but they aren't. And they never have been, so. Tanky, by the way, doesn't mean armor, it just means anything. Anything you want. If you're -1 to hit, -1 to wound, you're tanky. If you have a great armor save, you're tanky. If you have a 5-up ward or a 4-up ward or something, you're tanky. Right? If you have 1,000,000 wounds, right, you're tanky. There's many ways to reach the summit of Mount Tanky. Right? I guess. If they wanted ogres to be like a durable army or something like that, they would have to give them a shitload more wounds, basically. But I guess maybe we can take all of the marketing lingo and just put it aside and be like, no. They're supposed to be glass cannons, I think, because they always have been and they've never changed that. I think like rules-wise and rules writing and behind the scenes, they're supposed to be glass cannons. And all that other shit is just some marketer doing an advertisement read at you to distract. So my family's looking for beef, yeah. You think 5 up, 4 wounds is fine? Alright. If you're talking about like durable, I disagree. But if you're talking about like fine, like you can play it, then you can still be good with those stats, for sure, yeah. You can do all sorts of stuff with a wheel like that. Right? For instance, if a Slaughtermaster is giving you a 5-up ward, 4 wounds, 5-up, 5-up, now we're talking. You can do that, I don't want to say pretty easily, but you can do that with Slaughtermasters. It's easier than the Endless Prayer thing, right? They called Ironjawz fast in the Warcom article. Well, that's not true. Look, your 2 different pig units are arguably fast, so that's the case. But the majority of your men are like move 4, so I would not call them fast necessarily. It's weird that Iron Guts have more armor than Gluttons, but now they have the same save. Yeah, I feel like it's like, yeah, they put a helmet on. Maybe it's not enough. It's just not enough more armor. Right? The guy put a helmet on and like 1 shoulder pad. And they're just like, bro, that's not enough for a 4-up. Right? I mean, they're called Iron Guts, which I would essentially disagree with at this point. Paper plate guts, maybe. Open up my live doc. There we go. They described Ogre skin as tougher than purpose-built leather armor too, which is why you think Gluttons are 5s. Yes. That's why they're 5s instead of 6s wearing basically no clothes. It's because their skin is like blubbery leather and they got like 2 feet of fat in between their organs and their skin. And so you could just stab them a bunch, it doesn't even matter, right? So that makes sense. Maybe the iron part is the 6-up. Typically they... Well, no, but maybe that's the reason why they're called that, right? It's because they're protectors, so they're the iron for the tyrant. Ahem. Big blubber. Why don't ogres wear armor? Are they stupid? Yes. Yeah. That's why. Supposedly ogres have more intelligence than Ironjawz. If it was like a Dungeons and Dragons attribute character sheet or something, supposedly ogres are a little smarter than Ironjawz. Not as smart as Cruel Boys. Yeah, I suppose because in the lore they don't need armor. In the game they sure do, but yeah. You can't find armor that fits, true. Alright, shall we get into it? I gotta get a new beverage. And I'm gonna throw a commercial at you. I wanna jump into it. We got, what, 4 armies to look through or something? I'm thinking the order is probably gonna be Ogres, Mega, maybe some Orc some flavor of work, I'm not sure. They have to feed the armor to Stonehorns? Yeah, maybe. Anyway, BRB, please enjoy a commercial. I'm gonna go to the fridge quick. We'll come back and talk about Ogre Mawtribes.
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to
the cream?
Let's find out.
Let your fingers do the walking.
I'm Mr. Buckets. Toss your balls on my top. I'm Mr. Buckets.
What do you get when you press on a can of Noxema?
Great balls of comfort.
You get
Noxema clean your face.
I can't believe I ate that whole thing.
Oh, well, I heard that before. Unjustifiably in a position that I'd rather not be in.
I'm calling paramedics and your family, Mr. Miller.
You can make this creamy cheese sauce in seconds with American cheese and
cream
mushroom Lipton cup of soup. And you thought cup of soup just made soup.
Oh, yeah.
Help! The
cream in the World Wrestling Federation.
Wait a minute,
and there is
more real meat. You'll be glad we made him taste better. And so will he.
All right. Ooh. Ogors Muh Lord. So, a lot of this stuff we've seen, we've gone over it a little bit. So I'm gonna no need to dwell, right? We'll just fast bullet points, right? Trembling Charge. This works on Ogre keywords and Rhinox keywords only. So the stuff this doesn't work on is Ahem. Frost Sabers, Icefall Yehitis, Grots, right? Now Blowers. Is there anything else? I think everything else is an Ogre or a Rhinox, so just them. Roll D3 on a 2-up, inflict amount of mortal damage equal to the roll. 33% chance of failure. That makes this not fun, and it makes it suck. Ravenous Brutes, add 2 to run rolls friendly Ogre units while they have not used Feast on Flesh ability in battle. This sucks. We did some checking on the rules. I have a correction. I thought this added 2 to your redeploy rolls. And so I thought that there was still a cool thing you could do with it. Because redeploy has the run keyword. However, this says run rolls specifically. And a redeploy does not have you make a, quote, run roll. And so therefore, Ravenous Brutes does not give you a bonus to redeploy. And it sucks. Then you got Feast on Flesh. End of any turn, once per battle, roll a die. 33% chance to fail. That sucks. You heal X and do that much. But you can't target the same enemy more than once. So that sucks. And you have to get into a million combats at the same time, which is essentially never something you want to do with ogres. You just don't. If we had a whole bunch of fights first, fights last, you know, that kind of stuff, maybe. Or if you were a very durable army, you would want to do that, but you just kind of don't. So it's asking you to do something that is generally, like, not great. It's like, please overextend, and then randomly some stuff can work, but it can't target the same. I don't know. I think our battle traits are, in general, pretty bad and not inspiring. And also, you lose this. I just said Ravenous Brute sucks, and it does, but you lose it for some reason after you use this thing once, as if it was like they were challenged to make it worse somehow. Like, all right, cool. How come you can't take 2 bites out of a unit? if the unit is still alive, it still has bites you could take out of it. Where's my verisimilitude? Anyway, moving on. Battle formations. Prophets Exalting God. Add 1 to casting rolls for friendly Ogre Mawtribes wizards. This is good. This is probably... I don't know. I think this is the one you probably take. This one is good. So many Ogre Mawtribes armies start with 1 Butcher, 1 Slaughtermaster, and then maybe a third. And that third is another one of those 2 wizards. Casting your spells is so essential. Endless spells are free now. Standing next to the Mawpot makes them wizard 2. Master Butchers is a great sub-faction bonus, I think. Next up is the Beast Handlers. Each time friendly Beastclaw Raiders monster uses trampling charge, add 1 to the amount of mortal damage inflicted, if any. This is really frustrating, because if this said add 1 to the die roll, it would be great. Instead, it's just whatever. And hat tip to Mournfang for successfully dodging another sub-faction ability again forever. There must be... I think it's illegal to have Mournfang able to benefit from any synergy or buff ever, because this is monsters only. Damn, that sucks, actually. This will be a theme as we go through. Next up is Heralds of the Everwinter, Eyes of the Storm. -1 from hit rolls for shooting attacks that target friendly Ogre Mawtribes infantry while they're wholly within Beastclaw Raider heroes. I don't think I'm that scared of shooting, to be honest. And I probably wouldn't take a Beastclaw Raider hero. I would just take more infantry. So yeah, they're trying to get you to mix the two, but I don't think they're good enough at trying to get you to mix the two. I think if you have Ogre Mawtribes infantry, then you're playing an entirely infantry army. Like you're just doing all Gutbusters. And if you're doing that, then you should make your wizards good, because they're the foundation upon which your army is built. And then finally, Black Powder Fanatics. Ranged weapons used by friendly Lead Belchers and Iron Blast units have shoot in combat. Okay, well, Lead Belchers are trash. Just really bad. And Iron Blaster is super expensive and just not good enough. So you're never taking any of those, so you're not taking this. And of all the possible bonuses you could have given them, shoot in combat, don't really care. Yeah, this is the one to take. I guess you just have to take this one if you're on the Beastclaw side, but you're not, like, too thrilled about it. And it could have been good, and they, like, very specifically chose to write it in a way so that it's not. But it's better than this crap. Alright. Hey, moving on. Rogue traits. Great Gut Lord. Ignore negative modifiers to this unit's control score, whatever. To hit rolls, good. And wound rolls, good for this unit's attacks. That's good. Ignoring modifiers to hit and wound is very good in this edition, it's seeming like. Because I've seen a lot of penalties to wounds and hit rolls everywhere. And I'm terrified of them in Ogres. Because hitting on 4s to begin with, moving that up to 5s, especially on companions that can't receive any bonuses, is heinously brutal. Like, we're supposed to be glass cannons, but just kind of, I don't know, looking up. Okay, reading the room, I don't think we're going to be glass cannons at all. I think we're just going to be glass. Gutbusters might, but we'll see. Anyway, you're not taking that. And then Booming Roar. -5 from control scores enemy infantry units while they are in combat with this unit. I think if I'm in combat with an enemy infantry, they're just going to kill me. So I don't think this is that good. And then the one that you will take. It's called Priest. It makes your guy a priest. It's the best one, because it gives you something. Unfortunately, there's no fun allowed down here. So if you are already a wizard, you can't pray for some reason. No fun allowed. So this is obviously the one you take for Beastclaw, right? For Gutbusters, I don't know. What do you do? What do you do if you're in Gutbusters? Which one of these heroic traits do you take? If I was a Gutbuster, I wouldn't be very thrilled about any of these. Ooh, great Gut Lord for my Butcher, I don't care. Ooh, booming voice for my Butcher, I don't care. And the only heroes I'm playing are wizards, and so you can't pray when you cast a spell. I actually think Gutbusters are just sort of like treading water here. Trying to find a Cheeto on the bottom of a swimming pool. I don't know what they're trying to do. Maybe Gut Lord, Stonehorn, and Gutbusters. I still don't think so. I think you just want that. If you're going to play a Stonehorn and Gutbusters like as a one-of, then you want him to be a priest, right? I think, right? Yeah, I don't know what these are supposed to be doing. Do Cheetos dissolve in water? I have no idea. Probably. Wait. Yeah, eventually, maybe. You'll probably do Gut Lord and cry about it. Yeah, yeah. Next, Artifacts of Power. Gruesome Trophies. Add 1 to hit rolls for only combat attacks. Do note, people playing the older edition might think that they're ranged as well, because they used to be, but no. Target heroes or monsters made by friendly or Mawtribes units holier than 12. This one's great. This one seems like the default choice. Because it is a buff. It is a synergy buff. And those things are good to put on your heroes. So this one, I like it. Yeah, it's only against heroes and monsters, but still, it's a buff. I'll take it. The Fang of Gahur. Once per battle, ignore wards? Nah. No thanks. Not even on a Frost Lord, no. And then once per battle, any shooting phase, Elixir of the Frost Wyrm. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit. Notice it's a shooting phase ability. And it has to be in combat. Which maybe kills the crab. Roll a die and then you just do that much healing and mortal damage. So if you roll a 2, you feel very bad. If you roll a 5, it's sick. I don't know. This one requires a lot of if this, and it's still once per battle, so I don't love it, but it could end up being useful. And this one is a once per battle that's a silver bullet, that if I manage to pop it at the perfect time against a guy with a big ward, you can do some work for sure. And a lot of times it'll just go unused because of the nature of how the game went, and it's once per battle anyway, so I don't love it. And then this one is just a passive buff that simply works. And you can help out your men around 12, including yourself, against heroes or monsters. I'm probably going to take the one that works, you know, the most. There's a lot of wards floating around. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of monsters floating around, but you're not going to necessarily play against them. It's like the nature of a silver bullet. Let me get a Frost Wyrm. Yeah. Spell lore, Lore of Maw Magic. Troggoth Guts. Our unlimited spell cast on a 5, and you love to see that. Oh, hey, I've been talking this whole time and I forgot to put on music. Apologies. Anyway. We looked into the deep, delving of rules here. And you can heal the same person over and over, but they will only get the one control score bonus. That will not stack. It's alright. You know. Healing your monsters is good, I suppose, but I don't think you're... Maybe you're playing some, maybe you're not. If you have a wizard, you're probably not. This is like... Okay, every dude in your squad, you know? Here's a guy that has 2 wounds left, you heal that. Here's a guy that has 1 wound left, and then you feel really cool, you heal that guy. It doesn't bring people back, it only heals them. But it's an unlimited spell that has a use, for sure. And it only casts on a 5, which is good. So... the Greasy D. They're bringing it back from the olden days. Cast on a 6. -1 from hit rolls for the target's attack. You do have to target the enemy with this one, which is a little bit of a downside. 18-inch range is decent. -1 from hit rolls. It's a good spell. It's good against you, and it's good against your opponents. Good work. Ahem. You can't target them more than once, even with the heal. It says pick one that has not been picked. Oh, okay. Yeah, I went into the core rules and looked to see if you could do that with anything. But, alright, fair enough. I don't think this changes anything that I said. Except now you're even less incentivized to run a wizard in Beastclaw. Because you can't, like, maybe double tap up your monster. You're not going to have 2 wizards, though. Yeah, I don't think it's that relevant, even. All of your guys are 4 wounds. How much could you possibly heal them, I suppose? Yeah, this is the Gutbuster durability rules page, that's for sure. Blood Feast. We kept it. It's on a 7, but we kept it. And it was on a 7 before. Add 1 tax characteristic, targets melee weapons till start next turn. Great spell, great buff. Extra good because all our weapons are 2 damage. It only targets infantry now. Specifically, infantry only. Used to be, I think, non-monster. Anyway, just pointing out once again... Mornfang not allowed to get this buff. We dodged it again. Mornfang BTFO. Yeah, it doesn't work on cavalry. Get fucked. Overall, though. Yeti, though. I don't think Yetis have the ogre keyword. BTFO. I think the gut magic spell lore is good. Greasy D is good. Blood Feast is great. This one is okay, but for an unlimited spell that's easy to cast and technically heals and gives a control score buff, like, great. Nice work. Gutbuster magics continue to be pretty good. Just like basic, but good. Prayer lore. Call the Blizz. Call of the Blizzy. Praise on a 4. Pick a terrain feature within 18. Notice that it's not terrain feature wholly within 18. Because it could have said that. It's terrain feature within 18. Place a blizzard token next to it. It gains the obscuring terrain ability. In addition, if the chanting roll was a 10 up, till the start of next turn, BCR have a 5 up ward while they are within 3 inches of any terrain features that have blizzard tokens, right? So on turn 1 you pray and you have a 50-50 shot, and then you put 1 blizzard token. And then the next time you pray, you bank it, I guess, and then the next time you pray, so you're spending a command point on the off turn now, miraculously, let's say it works every single time, and then you roll it and you get a 10. Now you have a 5 up ward, as long as you're standing next to 2 terrain features. And it's until the start of your next turn. It doesn't just last for your turn, it lasts for your opponent's turn too, which is good. Is this prayer any good? I don't think so. I think this prayer sucks. Jumping through a bunch of hoops, goofy ass nonsense. Hate it. Don't want to play next to terrain for sure as this army. I want to play on the objectives, right? But just because I think it sucks and it doesn't look fun doesn't mean I'm not going to make an entire army of 5 priests and spam this shit and see if it's good. I'm going to see if it's even possible to like make it good, right? Just because something looks bad doesn't mean I'm going to write it off. I will try it. But it's turn 3 and all your stuff is dead by that time. I agree. Yeah, that's what I foresee. Yeah. That's how I drew it up as well. But, you know, sometimes you just put it on the table and see how it works out. It's not the worst thing that was situation 1s. True. But you really want your unlimited one to be great. And then Pulverizing Hailstorm. Look at how this one works on a 5. Jesus Christ. Pick a point on the battlefield within 12. Pretty short range. And then everybody within 3 of that, 2 up, takes a D3 mortal wounds, mortal damage. If the chanting roll was 10, double the amount of damage inflicted. Which means you do roll once and then double it. So the damage is either 2, 4, or 6. Well, actually, the damage is either 4 or 6, pardon me. Because on a 1, it still does nothing. So you succeed on a 10 to double the damage, and you can still roll a 1 on a D3 and have it still not work. So you need a 5-up chant to then still have a 33 fail after you got the 5-up. And then it can rub it in a little bit if you choose to overcharge it. It does not exactly spark joy. But it's something. Keenan Gale on a 4-up. Flip a coin to run and charge. Pick a friendly Ogre Mawtribes priest, chant this pair, and pick a visible friendly Ogre Mawtribes monster or Mournfang pack. Oh, you could have written that up top. I wish you would have. Wholly within 12, and it gives them run and charge. If it was 8 up, you can reroll runs and charges, which is that's a big bonus. Hey, run and charge is good. It gives you back half of the speed you lost almost from last ad. Kind of tricky to pray on, but that's how prayers are, right? The problem with Keenan Gale is that you choose your battle tactic before you see if this coin flips or not. And so any tactics that would need you to succeed at this to be able to do them are kind of like, alright, I'm going to choose this, and then Keenan Gale fail, right? But it's good because you can save up points, right? So, ooh, I have 3 prayer points. Well, this is probably going to succeed then, and then maybe I choose the battle tactic to allow me to do that. Just don't roll a 1, I guess. Anyway, the prayers are not great. Again, don't know how this one's going to play out on the table, but it does not seem fun. It seems like we're moving the playstyle into a direction that I don't like for this one up here. Pulverizing Hailstorm has ludicrous requirements and hoops to jump through for some reason. You have to succeed at it, and then you have to succeed at it again with a huge failure chance. And this one's coin flipping for run and charge, which is just good. If this thing was part of a good priest lore, I would say it's one of the good ones, right? But as it is, our prayers are mixed. Kind of whatever. And then here's this non-ogre. You no longer do mortal damage from his 3d6 thing, so the main synergy, the main reason you ran Kragnos is gone. He's still really good, and he's probably better point for point than anything you could play with on Beastclaw, which is kind of depressing, but I don't wish to play with him. And they no longer, like, kind of require me to, so I'm happy. I don't want to play with this guy. Mechanically, he was very fun, but I'm over it and I would rather play with ogres. Who's this gutless man? Yeah. Tyrant. He's got a wheel. He's got 2 pistol shots. He's got 3 mace attacks and 2 beast skewer glaive attacks. Crit mortal's good. Only 3 attacks isn't super good though. Pick another friendly ogre Mawtribes unit holy than 12. Add 3 to its control score. Whatever. Brawler Guts, add 1 to the D3 roll made when using term. Oh, so you do know how to write it this way. You just chose not to write it that way for mine. Fuck you. This guy's like 180 points or some bullshit like that. A Butcher and a Slaughtermaster are simply way better. Even before you look at the points, they're just way better. And then you look at the points and you're like, damn, they're like 50 points cheaper, this guy. Tyrant is trash. They're going to try to force you to play one to play Noblars, but I think you just don't. I think you'd actually just spin 360 and moonwalk away. Just play more Gluttons. Slaughtermaster. This guy is the shit. And his model looks like it. Each time an enemy unit is destroyed by combat attack, specifically combat attack, okay, shooters get out, priests get out, terrain feature that deals damage to people, get out. By a friendly Ogre Mawtribes unit holy within 18 of this unit, that's a big range, gives this unit a Grizzly Remains point to a max of 3. Now, 2 things. 1, endless spells don't count. It has to be a real thing that died. Terrain features don't count, endless spells don't count. And 2, if you have 2 butchers, you get 2 points per kill. Which is good. It's how it should work, and I'm actually shocked to see that. I almost fell out of my chair when I saw this thing. Because I'm like, damn, that's fun. You can take 2 things and double up on this, you know. Usually they try to get rid of fun like that, but that's nice. Anyway, so if you go for the double Slaughtermaster thing, each of them gets the point for each kill, which is cool. It is enemy unit, it's not an enemy model. Great Call Udrun. Any hero phase, yours or opponents. You love to see it. Spend 1 or more of this unit's Grizzly Remain points. For each point spent, pick a friendly Gutbusters unit holy than 12. And then pick one of the following. Gutbusters specifically. BCR, BTFO. Target has a ward of 5 up for the rest of the turn. Damn, that's nice. And add 1 to the number of attacks. Damn, that's nice too, actually. Both of these buffs are excellent. This guy's so good. This guy's the cheapest hero in your army, I think. This guy's 130 points. He is better than a Tyrant, who is 180. That's a fact. And because that's a fact, it means the way you calculate points in this game is simply wrong. I'll get off my little stump speech now, but if Slaughtermaster, who's 130, is better than Tyrant, who's 180, and that's true, then the way you calculate points in this game is wrong. Alright, moving on. He's awesome. He's auto-include. You play 1 or 2, I think. And then Butcher. Damn, I'm already locking in Slaughtermaster. Does that mean that Butcher isn't very good? Nope, he's great also. Well, if you don't care about melee profile and save rolls for foot heroes, never have, never will. No. And in this edition, they've actually buffed my position, because you can't even see those guys they're invisible. If they're next to literally any other unit, if you're outside of 12, they're on another plane of existence. They're absolutely invisible. Can't even look at them. It's awesome. Helping them out any way they can. It simply works. Yeah, no random bullshit. No roll a d3, maybe it doesn't work. No once a game. It simply works and it's fun. And you can take 2 if you want. Hey, alright. Anyway, Butcher, why is he good? Because he is a Savage Hunter. While they're wholly within 12 of this unit, friendly Gutbuster units can simply run and charge. We gotta flip a 5-up coin to do that. This, passive. 100% of the time. No rolling, no command point. It simply works. Damn, that's fun. You love to see it. Oof, this guy looks so bad. This model. This is embarrassing. Also, he's a wizzy. Do you take 1 or 2 butchers? Yeah. I think, at least from what I've seen people do with Gutbusters, they generally go 3-drop. And it's either 2 Slaughtermasters, 1 Butcher, or 2 Butchers, 1 Slaughtermaster. Which, the latter, I think, was the more rare of the 2. They're great. They're awesome. They're fun. They promote, oh, you can take 2 if you want, then everything just works. It's everything you want to be. Can you take extra heroes and regiments? No. Technically you can, but when we go to the regiment section, you'll realize that we can't. It's one of those. Anyway, great work. S tier. You love to see it. Bloodpaw Hunter. Ooh, I haven't seen this guy yet. Okay. 856. Skull Shatter Crossbow. 18-inch range. 2, 4, 3, 1, D3. Meh. 12, 1, 4, 2, 1, D6. Anti-monster end 1. I don't like the 12 here. You want me to get a little too close with this guy. Also, he's not a wizard, so I don't know why he exists in any case. For the memes, I was going to just scroll past him. Because he's not a wizard, therefore. Why? Why does he even... Why live? Why did you make this guy if he's not going to be a wizard? Well, I don't know. Maybe you make him a priest in a Beastclaw army. Beast Breaker. If the target's a monster, the damage characteristic is 3 and 6. Okay. On those. Okay. If this unit is more than 9 from all enemy units, can use normal move as if we're in movement phase. Enemy movement phase. 6-inch move. Enemy move phase is cool. I don't know if you can get close enough to impaling spear something and still be safe. You could 18 something though. He could be like dancing on the, like kiting sort of, right? Maybe this guy is supposed to be like a victory point guy. I'm thinking about it the wrong way. This guy isn't really doing anything. What he's supposed to do is not be 18 away from enemies or 12 away from enemies. He's supposed to be 40 away from enemies. And he gets to move twice a battle round, right? He gets to move on your turn, he gets to move on your opponent's turn. Just wherever. And that's what his sauce is. That's a really useful VP style ability to have. So maybe you make him a priest because you're not missing out on any traits, right? Hold up. Yeah, the trophy rack is an artifact. As far as traits are concerned, none of these are any good in Gutbusters. So you make Bloodpelt Hunter a priest. Does this guy take a hero slot, or is he one of the free ones? I know both of our hunters, I think, were The free ones. He doesn't take a hero slot. Whomst can take the hunter guy? Do they have it at the end? They don't. Okay. Alright, well, I'll open up the points document and then we'll just be able to go back and forth. This hero can join a tyrant's regiment. Never mind. Never mind. He's dead. They killed him. Also, he costs 170. If he was... I don't even know what he would have to be. He's an extra drop, so... It almost doesn't matter what he costs. Unless you just don't care about drops. Which maybe you don't, I don't know. Yeah, nope. Feels like he should be cheaper than a Slaughtermaster? Yes. Mr. Shelf. Hey. You know what? My precious little boy here. On top of technically on the base. Well, I'll just put him back where he has been. Oh, these many years. Someday. Mr. Shelf. Ogre Gluttons. 4 attacks, 4s and 2s, 1-2. 4-6-5. Insatiable Gluttony. Maybe when I play the game more, I'll think that this is good. At the moment, I kind of ignore it. And they got a musician and a standard bearer. They are 220, right? Yeah. They're 220, which feels about right. It's the singular unit in the entire army that's pointed correctly. Is what you would say as a player who just wants things to be strong. But yeah, Gluttons are good. They do a lot of damage. Hopefully. There's a lot of buffs that can land on them. You can give them +1 to hit from a trophy rack. You can give them +1 to attacks from Blood Feast. You can give them +1 to attacks from the Slaughtermaster thing. You can give a 5-up ward from the Slaughtermaster thing. You can give them random charge with Butcher. You can juice these guys up. Only 20 more points than Mordenfang? Yes, that's true. Yep. Only 20 more points than Mordenfang. And you get 24 wounds on a 5-up with a 6-up move and a whole bunch of damage. And you get access to every good buff in the whole army. Whereas Mordenfang get nothing. But they're faster. Lots of people taking them in 12s. I sure would. They changed the rules of the game to allow 3-inch combat range. And they said that things are less killy and there's more anvils and debuffs and stuff in the game now. So yeah, I would run these in 12s for sure. How many would you run? I would do this. Butcher, Slaughtermaster. And then a third hero of either a Butcher or a Slaughtermaster type, whatever I tested out to see if it was good. And then I would take 12-man units of Gluttons until the computer program wouldn't let me anymore. And if they were, you know, any weird leftover points, I would play 6 of them. I would just only take Gutbusters. Or just Gluttons. All the way down, probably. Maybe some like weird victory point thing for with the last few points, like Frost Sabers or something. There's something to like scurry around and do something, but yeah, just only Gluttons. Only gluttons, butchers, and slaughtermasters. Don't see much of a point in anything else in the book. Iron Guts are basically the same, except very fragile. There's two fewer guys. So I'm just concerned about fragility. They're more expensive than gluttons. I don't think I'm willing to pay for that. They do have a fight twice thing with a strike last. I'm concerned about losing a bunch of them in between each of those swings, but yeah, maybe. I bet a bunch of people will probably be taking 8 Iron Guts or something, but I probably wouldn't. One of their main abilities is protecting a tyrant who is trash, and I wouldn't take him, so the thing's just a waste. And their expected damage is pretty similar to Glutton's, to be honest. Like all the way down. They're pretty similar expected damage to Glutton's. And so you might as well just take the unit that has the extra 2 guys, I think. And saves you 80 points. I mean, wait, 40 points? Hold on. Yeah. Maybe save the 40 points. I could see you play maybe 8 of them if you want them to look cool. Just for the sake of variety, perhaps I would take a unit. Because the fights twice is a good box to have on a war scroll, you know, even if they are more fragile. You just got to line them up real good. Man-eaters, trash. Do not have the Gutbuster keyword. They are just gluttons with 1 extra ability. Except there's 3 of them for 170 instead of 6 of them for 220. Nope. At least they've never been good, so that no one will have ever been tricked by them since the beginning of time. Because man-eaters were bad in 1st edition, and they were bad in 2nd edition, and they were bad in 3rd edition, and now they are bad in 4th. So it's almost impossible that anyone could ever willingly own these and have been tricked in the purchase. And you can run them as counts as Iron Guts, probably. So. Anyway, yeah, you don't play these. Ogors Muh pack. These are very similar to Gluttons in that there's 5 guys in the unit, so they end up doing about the same damage. Unless, if it's against infantry, obviously you do more rend. They do have a worse save. Which is bad, but they have 1 extra health, I guess. They can ambush deep strike, which is good. Like, having an ambush is just good. You're not gonna charge, though. Like, the reason these guys have ambush is not to set them outside of 9 and then get lucky. It's to put them somewhere and score victory points, same as it ever was. Except instead of spending 80 for it like you used to, you're spending... $260. And you can't reinforce them. No Gutbuster keyword. $260 is too much. And they don't have the Gutbuster keyword. So you can't play them. You're not allowed. So, nope. Next up is Lead Belchers. Trash. They just have nothing going for them. They are bad. They have bad random ass damage. They have rules that are like, hey, don't move. Okay. Technically they're Gutbusters, that's cool. How cheap are they? Oh, 150 for 4. I think this is if you must take chaff If you really want chaff in your Gutbuster army, then lead belchers are chaff. They don't look like they're chaff because they have all this text on them that's pretending like they're a real unit, but they are not. They are either chaff or you don't play chaff at all, and I think I wouldn't. Hey, look at all these Noblars that aren't allowed unless you have one guy. Can you argue that slow movement means they didn't move? No, unfortunately. Yeah, so lead belcher's trash still. Hey, when we get our range refresh and you make ogres carrying broadside cannons again, can they like, you know, have a war scroll that looks like they have a cannon? 1 damage cannon guns? Yeah, it's dumb. Common complaint there. Iron Blaster. 9 health, 9-inch move. This thing is way faster than it needs to be. This thing is so fast. I don't know why, but it just is. Note, gorges can be taken by butchers. Oh, okay. Then maybe you do it. I want to be correct here. Butcher can take gorger. Okay, they're back on the menu. I still think they're crazy expensive, gorgers. Like, they're way expensive. But you're not disallowed from taking them. You actually could take them if you wanted to. Anyway, this 18-inch shot will miss, and then you'll move on with your life. The 8 hail shots are kind of nice. It's really fast for some reason, not sure why. Yeah, this thing is fine. You can't really buff the big shot that much. There used to be a bunch of ways to buff it, but they took all those out. You're just rolling 2 dice and praying. And they're like 240 or so. They're like crazy. Yeah, 240? No. Not even remotely tempted. If these were 200, I would not be tempted. They're like stratospheric points. No thanks. Next. Ahem. Noblar Scrap Launcher. 36 attacks, 4s and 4s, 01. Anti-infantry, crit auto wound. I mean, crit auto wound is good when you're winning on 4s, right? And I suspect that infantry is going to be one of the most common things that's really good in the game. Not just common, but most commonly need to kill. If it's next to a Noblar, which it won't be, so whatever. Yeah, no, you're not. This thing is like way better than it used to be. Right. You're right. Somebody in chat is like, what a glow up. Yeah, it is a glow up. It's 180. So it can be my nightlight on the shelf, because I wouldn't play that thing. Noblars are great. You love to see them. Noblar is great in a Gutbuster army, useless in a Beastclaw army. However, due to keyword bingo, you have to take a Tyrant if you want Noblars. And Tyrant is so expensive and bad that you probably don't want that. And so they are in prison. And then we get to Frostword on Stonehorn. Yeah, only taken by Tyrants, Frost Lords, and Kragnos. I think you might see some people try to do a split army, just like the old days, where it's one Frost Lord who's technically the general, which unlocks Noblars, and then the rest of the Gutbuster stuff, right? I think it's just worse than going pure Gutbusters at this point. And also it gives your opponent a free battle tactic to do, which I don't like to do. I don't like to put my expendable dies in one hit screens into the General's Regiment, because it gives my opponent a very easy battle tactic to satisfy him. But that's like a corner case thing, I guess, sort of. Anyway. Jesus, these guys are so stupid. Yeah, it's 20. You get 20 of them. You might as well just not roll any of this to save time. I think you could. Somebody's gonna do that. I'm actually kind of curious to see how that pans out though. Where it's like 1 Frost Lord, 40 Noblars, and then 1 Slaughter, 1 Butcher, and the rest just Gluttons, and see how that works out. That might be okay. You really don't like that battle tactic? It makes people build regiments in a way that is really lame? Yes. Yeah. It's kind of a microcosm of why I don't like battle tactics at all. Is it makes people build armies in weird and lame ways. And then do things during play that aren't fun. But what are you going to do? That's chaff. What would they lose with a split army? Way more Gluttons, probably. Like you're protecting the Gluttons or Iron Guts, probably 2 squads that you have. You're protecting it very well. And you have a random Frost Lord who's gonna do something maybe. And that's the trade-off. Are you gonna protect 2 squads or are you gonna have 3.5? But you're open to just getting hit. Frosted on Stonehorn. 15 health down from 17. 14 move down from 14. 10 move, I mean. 4 up save down from 3. Frost Spear 4s and 2s, 2-2. Technically our Frost Spear got a buff. Used to be 1-3, now it's 2-2 plus 1. He lost his punches and kick attacks. Those stupid little things. Earth-Shattering Charge. This thing's good. This thing is good right here. Inflict D3 mortal damage on the target. So what you're doing is you charge in, and then you roll a D3, and it either does nothing, 33%, or 1 mortal or 2 mortal wounds or 3 mortal wounds. And then you do this thing, and you do another D3, and this one actually works always. So that's a big thing too. So whenever this guy charges, you're doing D3 auto, and then more likely than not another D3. And then 2d6 and you pass across people. You can no longer make the crazy big plays you used to be able to. 2d6 just isn't enough for that unless you roll exactly boxcars. 3d6 allowed you to do some stupid crap that your opponent kind of couldn't even really prepare for. 2d6 you're just shifting around a little bit. And you know, before you used to do the thing where you went up and you swirled around 2 or 3 units and kind of hit damage on all of them. Now you can't. You have to choose one. 3d6. Yeah, 3d6 was almost impossible to play around. Because your opponent could always roll like a fucking 15 or something, and it's just, how are you supposed to spread out for that? It's not even worth it. Frost Spear. This effect sucks. And the Stone Skeleton ignore the first damage point that would be allocated to this unit each phase. Yeesh. Oh no. I'm trying a list with 5 of them just as a meme to see what it's like. But I suspect going from a 3-up, 5-up, who was also at -1 to get wounded, into a 4-up, that's it. Ignore a single point of damage. I think these guys are just going to fall over. They're going to be lawn chairs blowing away in a tornado. Their damage didn't really go up. So we'll see. I don't know. People say there's less damage this edition. I think that's true. But people are going to play the most damage this edition. They still do far more damage than Stonehorn Beast Riders for their points. I should sure fucking hope so. Because Stonehorn Beast Riders are not good damage. What's the points again? The points on Frost Lord is 360. He went down a lot. He went down, what? Almost 100 points or something. Which is probably correct. I'm not even sure. I would have to play with it. I don't even know if this is high or low or right on. I need to see what it does in the game. I need to see what it does. I'm concerned about all these companion attacks. That I can't save if they get penalized to hit or something like that. 360 might be fair. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what fair is right now. I need to see. All of this stuff is just kind of relatively speaking, right? Is this thing good? I don't know. I play against Fire Slayers tomorrow. We'll see what they bring. Is it good compared to that? I don't know. Maybe it is. So yeah, I'm definitely going to play it, and I'm going to try it. I don't know how it's going to work out. I think I'm going to die. But maybe not. Here's hoping. Play against Fire Slayers, Nighthaunt, Cruel Boys, and a bunch of Khorne. And so, after that, I will be able to better answer whether this guy's pointed right. Or any of the other stuff. Frosted on Thundertusk. Lost the -1 to get hit. Used to have that. I don't know that I like this guy. So like the Thundertusk monster. Just the monster, you know, the Thundertusk, right? It has Colossal Tusks. 3 attacks, 4s and 2s, 1/5. That's fucked up. That's weird. Like the monster is on 3 attacks, 4s and 2s, 1/5. What a swingy profile. How do you predict what damage this thing is going to do? My guess is 0. My guess is I roll 3 dice. And 1 hits, and then they pass a Rend 1 save. And nothing happens. And then once in a blue moon, opponent takes 15 damage and dies. To me, it's like, I think I have to get lucky to even do 5 instead of 0. I think, like, on average, you're talking 0, I bet. And maybe you get a little lucky, you can ask for 5. But I wouldn't predict any higher than that, I think. It's funny that after this thing is battle damaged, the number of attacks for the entire monster goes down to 2. It's like he's shaking his head no. He has an Ice Blast. It's not good. It does good damage, but it's not good. Frost Spear. There's a Hordebreaker 5-up, which is okay. Wait, this is the movement phase. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. The notes that we saw didn't say movement phase. Or maybe I just didn't notice it. I thought this was on the charge. This isn't on the charge. This is in the movement phase. You have the Sweeping Tusks. Oh. Oh. Hey, alright. Now, if it's any movement phase once per turn, right? So, if this guy gets in combat against someone who does literal no damage ever, you get to Sweeping Tusks turn after turn after turn after turn, right? So that's cool. I just gotta find a unit to put a 15-4 monster into combat with, where that monster will never die. And then he's just... Oh, here we go. Noblars, right? We found a counter. We found a counter. Somebody's playing 40 zombies, 40 Noblars. You just put a Frostlord into 40 zombies and just set it and forget it. Eventually they'll all die, right? The Chaff Sweeper. And then there's once per battle. This thing is cool. You can retreat your zombies before this goes off, though. Yes, you can. And yeah, that fucks with his brilliant... That fucks with the Frostlord's brilliant plan. Anyway, pick any number of friendly Beastclaw Raider units wholly within 12 of this unit to be the targets. Each target can add 1 to the D3 roll. So once again, we have the adding 1 to the D3 roll. Not for the sub-faction, but for here. That's really frustrating. So if we want that thing, we have to take this guy. But if you want the Alpha Strike, then that's what you do, right? If you're playing like a combo thing. Alright, I'm going to take Frostlord on Thundertusk, Frostlord on Stonehorn, Huskguard on Stonehorn. All 3 of them are going to charge in the Mighty Ducks formation, a triangle going in. All of them add 2 to their dice rolls, and they actually can't fail with that thing, do 1,000,000 mortal wounds. Stonehorn, Frostlord does an extra D3, and then the Huskguard version does the AoE shout thing that gives all of your companion weapons in a circle. Exploding hits. I think, like, that's the intent, right? That's what you're supposed to do. I think that's their intent. You're supposed to have a Frostlord on Stonehorn exactly, a Frostlord on Thundertusk exactly, and a Huskguard on Stonehorn exactly. And they are the Triad. The rise of the Triad. And all 3 of them do their shit, and it's one, like, humongous thing. Maybe that's what you do. And if you don't line up everything like that perfectly, then you just lose the game. Hey, get good. Do it next time, right? Huskguard on Stonehorn. This guy used to suck so bad. This guy used to be trash. Because he had a 4-up save and no weapon. Just punches and kicks. Luckily, they fixed him. Because now nobody has a 3-up save. So being a 4-up save doesn't matter, right? It's no longer a downside. Because anybody's a downside. And he still doesn't have a Frost Spear. He's still punching and kicking for 1 damage, no rend. But he is a buff. This is your 1 meaningful buff in all of Beastclaw. 1. It's this thing. Everwinter's Goad. This is it. This is what you came for. We have 1 buff. Once per turn, any combat phase army. Pick each friendly and enemy monster within this unit's combat range. Once again, Mournfang. No. Monster only. Get fucked. Oh wait, hold on. Maybe this guy. Mournfang? Hold on. Okay. Frostlord on Thundertusk. This thing, they forgot. They forgot to write Mournfang out. We have 1 buff. It's once per game. And it's only that thing, but we got 1. Big. Huge even. Okay. We did it. Mournfang have 1 once per game buff if you have a Frostlord on Thundertusk and you charge right next to it. Alerta. We got a rat of this. Anyway, this shit's good. Roll die for each target, 3 up. Crit 2 hits on companion weapons, which is the equivalent to +1 to hit. And -1 from hit rolls for attacks made with enemy companion weapons. And that's a good debuff too. It's a buff and a debuff at the same time. And it's a giant AoE. Oh wait, it's not a giant AoE. I was thinking that it would be the same as this one. It's within this guy's combat range. Oh, that's way worse. Okay. You do all that and still get only 10 mortal? Yep, that's true. That's where we're at. We gotta work real hard for those 10 mortal damage, alright? Putting food on my table. Bogdanov's buying Mornfang as we speak. Alright, so I think Huskguard on Stonehorn is very good. If you can only take one monster, I would take this guy. I think. Well, no, I have to rescind that. I have to clarify. If you can only take one monster hero, and you're playing with monster battle line, then you take a Huskguard on Stonehorn instead of a Frostlord. If you can only take one monster at all, then you take a Frostlord probably, still. Yeah, I think Huskguard on Stonehorn is probably the second best one. If you're gonna make use out of this goad ability. So many hoops call that a Space Jam. And then Huskguard on Thundertusk. This guy has Strike Last. Which... you do have to be in combat for. I think he's 270, which is kind of cheap. This man punches you 3 times. And then he has the roll 3 dice and pray. Like the big swing. He's not sweeping. Look at all these random ass weapons you can choose from. Yeah, Strike Last infantry only, specifically. That's still good though, like infantry is gonna be good, right? I ain't playing this guy, I don't think. I don't think I'm trying to play that guy. Next is Stonehorn Beast Raiders. Oh, I get to... okay, cool. The translation, I wasn't clear on it. I'm not sure what the Stonehorn Beast Raiders rampage does exactly. I want the wording. I want the specific wording to see if this thing is good or not. Wait, the breath doesn't have shoot in combat? No, it doesn't. Why would it have shoot in combat? You're trying to shoot it in combat? It's also a companion Ice Blast, too. For whatever that matters. If this unit charged, roll die on a 3-up. When this unit makes a pile-in move, add d6 to the distance it can move. Oh! Okay, that's actually what it said. That's what it said. I just didn't think it... I thought it was a translation error. Bro, who gives a fuck if you have an extra d6 to your pile-in? Like, actually, who cares? Right? How does that matter now? You can't leave the combat range of... You can't leave the combat range of your, of the person you're next to, right? I thought. Maybe am I checking some... cannot leave combat. Yeah. You can scoot down chaff lines. Like just just moving. Okay. The only thing I can think of is, you know how when you have planned poorly, and or maybe you rolled low, and it just so happens you need to pile into some combat onto an objective, but you can't quite make it. This like comes in to save you maybe on a D3 and then a D6. So first you roll a 3 up, and then don't roll a 1 or something, right? After you got into combat, and then you pile in 3 and you're still not on the objective to steal it. This thing comes in, alright, 3 up, yes, okay. Anything but a 3 up again, okay, got it, and now we're on the point. That's the situation, I guess. Okay. Okay. Aside from that, you have these 3 abilities. Blood Vulture used to be the good one. It is now trash. Chain Trap is 12. Force and 3 is 1-3. Anti-Monster, +1 rend. And then Harpoon Launcher. Which one of these you like more depends on whether you want to be an 18 shooter or a 12 shooter. You can't do either of them if you're running and charging. So, kind of, if you're running and charging, then sort of who cares. I think I like Harpoon Launcher more. I like Harpoon Launcher more because I want longer range. I want to choose stuff farther away. And neither of them have shoot in combat anyway. Yeah. Anti-monster, whatever. 3 damage instead of D3 is better, sure, but I'll take the extra 6 inches. Generally always, I think. I don't think this is a good rampage, but it is capable of getting itself into a situation that will do something, maybe. Once you jump through 2 extra hoops of dice rolls. Yeah, you gotta kickflip first. Yeah, the rampages being once per turn army sucks real bad. It means you can't... It means you are disincentivized or punished, if you want to feel persecution complex over it, from running the same guy over and over and over, right? You're supposed to mix them up. You know? All these being once per turn army means it's like, you're not supposed to just take a whole bunch of Frost Lord on Stonehorn. You're not supposed to take just a whole bunch of Stonehorn. You're supposed to take some Stonehorn and some Thundertusk. Which I like. You know, I like that idea. The idea is you shouldn't spam one guy, you should take a bunch of guys. I think what they should do is make the guys that you don't want to spam into guys that you do want to, right? So they're like good. But this is, it's better than the rule of 3 or whatever, right? So. Anyway, Stonehorn Beast Riders, I think 290 is probably too much for them. But I say that, and if you're trying to play battle line things in Beastclaw, I don't see anything better than them, so... You know, maybe they are right at that point. Now there's Thundertusk Beast Rider. If you're trying to save points, they're the play. These guys are 240 points. They cost almost nothing. What do? They miss with an Ice Blast at 12 inches. And then they miss with a Chain Trap or something at 12 inches. And then they have 3 attacks. And they capture 10. And that's it. They're technically a monster. Everwinter's Asphalt. Roll die on a 3-up for the rest of the turn. If the target is a monster, -3 control score. If the target is a non-monster, -5. That's a better Rampage, probably, than Stonehorn Beast Riders, although I guess they're both just different flavors of the same thing. They're both steal your point, right? Beast Riders are Mr. Steal Your Objective, right? Neither of them are particularly joy-sparking to me. Gluttons? Well, yeah, 20 more. Yeah, you just play Gluttons. Yeah, that is true. Icebrow Hunter. I didn't see this guy's War Scroll either. Someone just told me it was bad, and I believed them. 6-inch move, 7 health, 5-up save. Great throwing spear. 1 attack, 10. 4 and 3, 1d3, anti-monster, anti-monster, anti-monster. How did you make him worse? That's incredible. Dear God. This guy is so bad. Master of Ambush. Pick this unit up to 2 friendly Frost Saber units. Set them up. The hunt is on. And it's now a battlefield edge instead of anywhere. Damn, that sucks. If the Thundertusk units had shoot in combat on all ranged weapons, would they be more worth taking? I mean, that's... Yeah, because that would be strictly better than they are now, I guess. It's a fine question to ask. I don't think that's, like, what's wrong with them, really. But they did used to have shoot in combat, because everything used to, and they were real bad then. You can't do that, though. It's a different game, you know. I don't know why this guy isn't a priest. I guess you could make him a priest, but... Is this one of the free? Can I take this guy for free, maybe?
Good job, King.
This hero can join a Frost Lord on Stonehorn or Frostwood on Thundertusk's regiment. Okay. So I could put an Icebrow Hunter for 130 in there. Because I'm already probably running 2 units of cats. And then he can ambush with them if I want. So he's sort of like free drop, kinda. Is it worth 130 to put him somewhere? Maybe, actually. VP guy. Maybe we're back to the olden days where he's just a VP guy. Even though, like, we laugh at his funny attacks, you know? And just bad everything, but... Look. 130 points for a man that appears on the table. When we're already running 2 units of cats as it is. I don't know. Maybe. I'll look over the battle tactics again, right? Watchtower ambush. Cats also aren't locked to the battlefield edge. Yeah, they're locked to him, but not to the battlefield edge. Do you want to, is the real question? God, no. 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 I don't want to do that at all. No. Mm-mm. But, you gotta do what the game wants you to do, right? You can't resist it. You can't resist it so hard that you don't have any fun, right? Anyway, Frost Sabers, they move 9. They have Beast, which really sucks. Not too much. For them. They don't have impacts or anything. They are invisible if they're close to terrain outside of 9. Which is kind of cool. They're 70 points for 2. And they're just little VP machines. I kind of like Frost Sabers now. Not as chaff or bubble wrap or speed bumps or anything. I just like 2 units to zoom, to get the zoomies. They just drive around on a little bicycle, being kind of invisible a lot of the times, just stand places. I don't think they can actually kill anything and not die in combat. And they can't capture away from anyone for any reason, because they're beasts. I think maybe you play these things, like 2 units, maybe. Yeah, cheap thing that's standalone. I look forward to when we get new sculpt to this, and it's like a box of 5 of them or something. Can you charge an invisible unit? No, you have to select, I think. And you have to choose a target. Mornfang pack. Here it is. The boys. This is a 2-man unit, so don't judge them against 3-man cav. That's different. These guys get judged against fulminators and, like, dragons, I guess. What are the other 2-man cav units in the game? Technically, you could judge them against Vanguard, I guess, because they're both 100 points a model, but 3-man cav units are just different enough than 2-man ones, I think. Anyway, they got a single pistol shot. 1 attack, 4 and 3, 1d3, shoot in combat. And then there's 7 attacks a model. Just 7 attacks a model, 4s and 2s, 1, 2. Anti-cav rend. Oh yeah, Puskal Blight Kings, you're right. Lumpin' Wall of Flesh. -1 from wound rolls for shooting attacks target friendly Beastclaw Raider units while they're within this unit's combat range. Cool. You like to see it. You only get a musician and standard bearer still if you double the size of the unit. You don't get it. You have to reinforce it to get your standard bearer and musician. Still, which is weird. And then Alpha Cavalry, this thing's good too. Look at this thing. The charge +1 damage weapon ability has no effect on attacks targeting this unit. You're supposed to be like a little interceptor. Your little like anti-cav interceptor man. I think the Mornfang War Scroll is great. I think it's a great War Scroll. I think a little tiny synergy buff against shooting that not only helps you but other people around you is good. Alpha Cavalry is good. 7 attacks on 4s and 2s, 1, 2. Anti-cavalry +1 rend is good. Your 1 single shot with the pistol that's only 10-inch range is not good, but whatever. 2 controls okay, 4 up save is okay. 9-inch move is a bit slow. And 6 wounds is, yeah, that's a lot of wounds. It's just that, yeah, they dodge every possible buff, I guess, except the Frost Sword on Thundertusk one. They do get that one. But I don't think I'm playing that guy. In any case. Yes, they are just kind of the War Scroll. They're the naked War Scroll running around. You know, you're not going to give them Blood Feast for +1 attacks. You're not going to give them Slaughtermaster for +1 attacks. You're not going to give them a 5-up ward with a Slaughtermaster. You're not going to give their companion weapons extra hits with the Huskguard. You're not going to give them bonus to the die from the sub-faction for Beastclaw because it's monster only. They're just kind of running around. They're like tempting to run in 4s because it's kind of cool that you could get all the guys swinging in. Maybe you just want 2 of them and then put them next to something to give that guy a -1 to get wounded from shooting. You know? You just run 2 of them as like... Still, 2 of them is 200 points. It's so much. People are paying 200 points for like real units. And if you're using it as just this mobile kind of like does okay at everything guy plus Lumpenwall, I don't know if you're like getting your 200 points worth. I just think they're like not... Yeah, I don't think they're priced right. I wish their sub-faction benefited them. I wish our sub-faction did the thing that it does on the Tyrant Scroll. And also on the Thundertusk Scroll. Yeah, they do get the run and charge prayer, but so does everything else in your army. And I'm not casting run and charge on 2 singular Mournfang. I'm casting it on something else. Yeah, they're... I think this is the best they've done yet. This is a great try. This War Scroll is legitimately good. Firebelly. This guy sucks. He's always sucked. I don't even think his model's that great. Painting fire is cool, but Islander Ogres is dumb. There, I said it. I said it. 400 points of Mournfang doesn't one-shot 180 point Ardboy unit, even with attack of upper all-out attack. Iceful Yahitis. What does this shit do? Enemy combat phase just move 3, and it can move into combat. Dude, this is better. Enemy combat phase. Okay, it's not better. Are these beast? They're not beast. I thought these guys would be... Look at this fucking model. I thought they would be beast. They're not beast. Now, they're control 1, and there's 3 in the unit, so they have control score 3, instead of simply 1 for a beast, right? They have a 6-up ward, yeah. You might not realize it from looking at the model, but they're actually very magical creatures in the lore. They get a 6-up ward from the Everwinter. You know? 4/6/6 plus a 6-up ward. No champion. No unit champ, though. So 3 of them are 9 attacks, 4s and 3s, 1/2. So we'll round up 5 hit, 3 wound, 1 gets through, 2 damage. Alright. So it's 3 guys that run around and do 2 damage to a 4-up save. And they have this funny little enemy combat phase movement thing. Every other turn they move an extra 3, kind of. That's cool. And they can move into combat, which might ruin something. They're 120. They cover more ground than Frost Sabers do, like, if you put them next to each other. Can it move out of combat? No. Only into combat. Moving out of combat in the enemy combat phase would be kind of cool. Possibly too cool. Can the rest of the army get a 6-up ward from the Everwinter? It can get a 5-up if it does the stupid terrain thing. Do they no longer have Deep Strike? Yetis don't... No, they don't have that. You think they can move out of combat as well? The moving into combat is not a requirement? Well, normally you can't move out of combat in the combat phase, right? So it's giving you an exception for one here. I think if it let you do the other, then it would give you an exception for that one as well, right? I would think. You think the model seems nice to plaster green stuff over it and just sculpt an entirely different thing? Yeah. Are these guys good? How many of these can we take? We can reinforce them to 6. 6 for 240. So if we have 6 Yetis, it's like 18 attacks for 240. And they can move 3 on the opponent's turn, which is kind of goofy, I guess. You can move out of combat as written. How do you figure? It's not a piling move, so it doesn't have the same requirement to end as close. Well, I guess here's a counter question then. If you can simply move out of combat in the combat phase with this, right? Then why do they say it can move into combat? Right? So if this up here, if this 3 inches gives you any movement whatsoever, breaking any rule, then why would they need to specifically say this one singular type of, rule that you can break, right? This is why I think that it can't. You're not allowed to leave combat ranges unless stated? Yeah, I know. Retreat lets you power through. Let's go. Retreat lets you power through. So it's not... So it can join a combat it's not in originally. If it worked like that, you could. I don't know. I don't see it. I think it would list all the things you could break the rules to do if you could. And the fact to list one, to me, means that it excludes the other rule-breaking things. Because normally you're not allowed to move within combat ranges of enemy units. Yeah, and normally in the combat phase, you're not allowed to move away from enemy combat ranges, right? Or do you mean that that's like a specific pile-in move thing? Not like a overall core game rule or something? Has nobody tried painting Yetis as the Grinch? Surely someone has. It's separate from pile-in. The restriction on moving within combat range is part of the core description of moves, while having to end as close to enemy models is specific to pile-ins. Can you leave combat range if you're not doing a retreat? Is that a power that retreat gives you? Like, is the normal like rule for movement you can't leave combat ranges unless, one of those kind of things? You cannot select the normal move ability if you're in combat. You can select retreat move if you are. You can see how you can't because the only way to leave combat is a retreat. Oh, so you mean if they don't even give you the option of doing that, you mean? Like you can't do a normal move, right? Replenish Phantasmagoria lets you leave and has similar wording. Only difference is it says you can move through combat ranges. Well, that's probably the kicker then. That's probably the important part, I think. Or power through. Anyway, I'll look that up later. Because I'm sure it doesn't work. And Yetis suck anyway. But it's an interesting question. Anyway. I'm going to submit AoS FAQ email and ask a Yeti question. And then it's just going to be like a return to sender email. I'm like, what the fuck is a Yeti? Well, yeah, the Yeti. I give them like a store link to the rules writer, and they're like, Jesus, we still sell this thing? You bought one? Dude, it came in the Icewind Assault box. We wrote this rule? I don't remember this. Great Mawpot. This thing has a 5-up save and 6 health. It's... So... I'm concerned. This shit is gonna die. You don't have to do a lot of... Okay, shooting is less damage now in the game. You don't have to do a lot to get rid of a Great Mawpot, that's for sure. Does it have a ward save? No. If something dies within 6 of it, it is full. If the Great Mawpot is full, pick a friendly Ogre Wizard within 3 of it to be the target. Add 1 to the power level of the target for the rest of the turn. Oh, it's only 1. It's not multiple. Damn, that sucks. Okay. And only if it's full. Okay, so it used to give +1 to everyone. Now it's only 1 guy and only if it's full. But it is now 3 instead of 1. It used to be 1. That was worse. But yeah, it kind of sucks. It's fine. Battle Broth. If the Great Mawpot is full, heal D3 for each friendly unit holding within 18 of it. After you've done so, the Great Mawpot is empty. Okay. Much shorter range. Power level is cool though because oh, hold on. I was about to... I'm finally seeing the real wording on this. I was about to say, power level is cool because that can increase the power level of your priest. Because they function off the same keyword, power level, right? So if you get +1 power level somehow, and you used to be a priest, now you can pray twice. However, it specifically targets Ogre Wizard. So a Frost Lord who is a priest could not be targeted by it and could not increase the power level. Well, shit. I was about to talk about how this is really cool now because my Frost Lord priest can get +1 to his power level. But nature found a way to stop me from being able to do that. Why? Alright, alright. Okay, well, you know what's cool? Battle Broth just works. You don't need a hero next to it. That's big. That's big, right? If the Great Mawpot is full, heal D3 to each, right? Your hero phase. Just happens. You don't need a hero next to it to activate Battle Broth, which is a buff. And one of the reasons why I never even put one on the table. In the entirety of 3rd edition. Didn't play with one. So this is technically a buff for me, because it used to do nothing for me anyway except for the heal. And now I don't have to have a 300-point monster standing next to it to do it. Anyway, this shit sucks. For me. For Gunbusters, this is great. Yeah. Big old heal. +1 power level. That's cool. You know. Please enjoy. Next up is the Mawtribes, and I'm told that it has... Okay, no ward either. 10-5. Okay, so this one is 6-5, no ward. This one is 10-5, no ward. Alter the Gulping God. Well, this terrain feature has a head butcher. What? Why? Okay. This terrain feature. Specifically Ogre Wizards. Right? So this is the Gutbuster terrain feature. Right? For the Gutbuster half of the army. This Great Maw Pod. But then down here, the Maw Pit. For the Beastclaw half. Only Butchers and Slaughtermasters. Once again, only for the Gutbuster half of the army. Why? What does it do? Well, this has a head butcher. He can't move instead of measuring. All attacks. If it would be destroyed, blah, blah. Sure, it's just rules for how to stand on top of the thing. Throat of Gahur. Pick up to 3 enemy units within 12. Or within 18 if it has a head butcher. Oh, okay, so it's only... Alright, I can still technically use it without one. I can still technically use it. It's just like good with one and not good without it. Roll D3 for each target, add 1 to the roll if the target is more than 3 from all other enemy units. And the 2 up. Inflict an amount of mortal damage equal to the roll. I mean, this thing does something and the other one does nothing. So... Well, it heals D3, Holy 18, once a game in my hero phase. And it's enemy units. This is a big plus. It used to hurt me. It used to hurt Beastclaw keywords. Alright, well, the terrain feature I'm using is the Maw Pit. That's for sure. It does something. It also gives your guy a second cast. My what guy? My wizard? In Beastclaw Raiders? We don't have wizards on our half. On the Gutbuster half, it's good for them, but yeah, I'm talking about the other half of the army. Combo non-shooting with the priest spell. I don't think that works. I submitted an FAQ question about it the other day, though. So it gives the terrain the obscuring rule. Here's the long and short of it. It gives the terrain the obscuring rule. And the obscuring rule reads... Units wholly on or behind can't be targeted. Now, is a terrain feature on or behind itself? Basically, no. Maybe, if you want to twist the words a little bit, but not really. But I asked the question anyway. Now, a unit is in range of itself. That's true. But wholly on? I don't think so. But I asked them anyway in case they fuck up and answer it wrong. In my favor. Is a butcher worth the extra drop in BCR just to access manifestations? No. But I'm going to put an asterisk at the end of that. On paper, a butcher is not worth the extra drop in BCR just to access manifestations. But it might be that our shit sucks so bad that you gotta go half and half Gutbusters anyway. In which case, then it will be useful having a butcher. Because then you're gonna put 12 gluttons in front of it, and then it's kind of a big deal, you know? So it might be that, like, I'm gonna test them out and see. I wanna, like, try them and just do a bunch of test games, right? But I don't know, maybe it's the case that, like, Mornfang are too expensive and your Beast Rider, everything just, like, dies too quick and doesn't pan out, and maybe you gotta only play the good stuff and then reach into Gutbuster half for a flotation device, right? In which case, then it would. But, yeah, if you're taking a Butcher and the only spell you're casting is Greasy D and Manifestations, and your Run and Charge aura doesn't target anything in Beastclaw, then, yeah, probably not. Butcher plus Glutton plus Gorgers might be a potent combo. I think it might be, yeah. How many games do you play to test everything out so fast? I don't think I implied that I played a bunch of games to test it out. I said I am going to. Yeah. This is the first time I've seen this because it just came out today. I didn't play like 5 games already. I'm sure some people have. Playtesters and tournament grinders who get all the information from their friends have played this shit for months, but I'm one of the people who is but a normal man, and I see things when everyone else sees them. Anyway, this thing's kind of neat. As it stands, I'm probably going to use a Mawtribes. And then if it turns out that I'm going to be playing any, like, wizards or something, we'll switch to the Mawpot. Do y'all think that 31 attacks on 4s and 3s 01 with crit mortals on a 110 points unit sounds decent? Yeah. Proxied with a Dune popcorn bucket? That's a good idea. I probably will do that. Alright. Gutbusters looks fun, man. It looks fun. All these points seem nuts. They just seem crazy high all over the place. But I don't know if that's true or not. I need to play more. My half of the army has been exploded, and I don't know if it'll be alright. Used to be F as above, but nothing to show for it. I'm gonna put it into at least battle traits fail, because that's true. Let's see. If I were a Gutbuster player, I would be in probably the nice tier. But I'm not. I'm only a Beastclaw player. And so I'm probably in the E tier. Like, E tier, maybe C doesn't spark joy. So what do you do? I guess I'll do this. We'll split the difference. We'll halfway between both. For BCR, things have never looked so bad. For Gutbusters, looks sweet. And I'm actually happy for them because Gutbusters have been shit for a real long time. And it looks like their shit's kind of fun right now. And that's great. In fact, I'm looking forward to Gutbusters getting some points drops on some non-glutton stuff. I think Gorgers could go down. I think Iron Guts could go down. I think they're exactly as valuable as Gluttons, essentially. I think they could be the same price, to be honest. I don't know why I don't know why your wizards are cheaper than the things that are worse than wizards. I think those points are messed up. Tyrant should cost 100, but people limit 1 per army or something. I don't know. You can't give Tyrant points low enough to make him worth taking, which is a weird position to be in. Bloodpaw Hunter costs way too much. Yeah, it's weird. All this stuff's weird. It's opposite day. Ahem. So I'm going to enter the Ogre Lab and test out a whole bunch of shit. But I don't expect it to do very well. I made a meme list with 5 Frost Swords, but I think it's just gonna blow up. I think it's gonna fall over. Anyway, BRB chat. We're gonna do the rest of the destruction, I think, if I have time. Next up is Mega, and then Iron Jaws. But I'm gonna take a 5 min. I'm gonna eat 1 hot chip. I'm gonna eat 1 hot chip for 5 min. And get up, stretch your legs a little bit, you know? Anyway, BRB.
Hello there. I'm Mr.
Cream.
AC Penny. When it fits, you feel it.
It's so big you gotta grin to get it in.
Once you pop, the cream don't stop.
If it doesn't get all over the place, it doesn't belong in your face.
Deliciously hot, dangerously creamy.
The juice is loose.
She wanted to remember the love they shared for
Cream.
Sometimes you feel like a
Stuffed 5 ways.
So my family's looking for beef.
Now, that's what I call
cream, yeah.
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough,
and I am the cream.
Then why do we call it big? Because big things go into it.
At the Men's Warehouse.
You're gonna cream.
I guarantee it.
I guarantee it. Oh wait, I left the AC. I turned the AC on because my house is the center of the sun. I gotta turn it back off. In which case, BRB, have another commercial.
With Klondike ice cream bars, you get big servings, big taste, big cream.
Imagine
5 big, moist, delicious ounces of big, hot ice cream. And a coating made with beautiful
Milk.
chocolate so you can pour big cream.
Like I've never had it.
Klondike, big bar, big
cream.
Alright, pardon me. I almost forgot. We're back. One hot chip eaten. A little AC time, you know. If megas are next, I hope it was a very large chip. It was. It was a larger than normal chip. It wasn't hotter than normal. It was the same hotness. But it was nice. You live in Phoenix, you're living in the sun. I used to live in Tempe. That shit sucked. Because I am born for the Everwinter. Are you lying too? No, it's, you know the purple Doritos? The bag of Dorito that's purple? It's called, like, sweet chili or something like that. I can't remember what it's called. I didn't look at the bag. I had one nice chip. The full triangle. Sweet chili, that was it. I like that flavor. I think it's fun. It's kind of, it tastes weird actually, but I like it. Mr. Woe, do you like or have you enjoyed a Royal Crown Cola? I saw them at the local Ace Hardware the other day, and for some reason you thought of this channel. I've had RC Cola in my life. It's been forever since I've had an RC Cola. I remember them tasting strange. I don't even know if it was in a bad way or not. I don't know. People had them when I was kids. Like, if they were throwing a birthday party or something, they would just get the cheapest soda they possibly could. So it'd be like Dr. Thunder, you know, Moon Mist Fago, an RC Cola, Dr. Canfield's Diet Caffeine-Free Chocolate Soda. And for some reason, no one ever grabbed those. They were just in the fridge forever. I don't know. I can't recall the flavor of any of that stuff. HeyWoah shopping by pure instinct. I usually shop by color. I go into a store, you know, and I'm like, I'm thinking purple today. Yeah, I go by color usually. Mr. Woe, I have a random question. Do you live in the Washington state? No. Good question. You just tried the sweet barbecue Doritos? Not sure how you feel about them. Okay. In your youth, you'd stop at 7-Eleven, get a sweet chili Dorito bag and small slurp on your break. Good times. Good times. Alright. Sons of Behemat. Oh yeah, I forgot that. I didn't take a bunch of notes. Notes will be later. After games. Hype level F. New hype level Gutbusters A-. BCR D. Yeah, not a plus or minus, just a solid D. Mega damage Gargantes. All right. Timber. Yeah, I didn't like this. I thought that was dumb. I don't think you should have to roll. Your guy died. That's bad enough. You have 4 guys in your whole fucking army. One of them dies, you shouldn't accidentally fall away, like on yourself or something. Oh. Anyway, we went over these already. These are kind of fun. You have impact hit, which are okay, I guess. Kind of minor. Earth-shaking roar. Can I use commands? Potentially good. Colossal slam. Funny. Funny and also does mortals, which is neat. This thing is much better than it used to be. It's cool. And then jump up and down. On a 3-up roll, die for each model in the unit. If the unit using this is a Gargan, inflict 1. If it's a Mega, inflict 1 for each 5-up. So it's a 5-up Hordebreaker. Whatever. It's something, though. Anyway, these are alright. They're fun-ish. I'll give them a B-. And then Timber gets an F. Fat F. But affirmations, take a try. More stuff for me collection. What kind of Jamaican-ass dude wrote this? Pick a friendly, non-unique Sons of Behemat hero that does not have an artifact of power. Give that hero 1 artifact of power from Titanic trophies. It's given in deployment, not during army composition. Huge. So, unfortunately, you can't give somebody 2 artifacts, but that doesn't really matter. The fact that you choose this in deployment is awesome. You just translate it from a trait into an artifact. That's sick. That's sick. This is great. Taker Tribe, you love to see it. And it's a little bit of sideboarding, which is sweet. Boss Tribe. Once per turn army reaction, you declare a fight ability. Pick a friendly Gargant unit that is not used fight. And it's wholly within 12 of this unit. The target can be picked to use fight immediately after. Usually I don't rate these very highly. I think these, like, bring somebody else in the fight abilities or whatever. I don't care. Some of them give buffs, and then those are great. But just the normal, like, activate 2 guys, except one of the guys you activate has to be some random-ass foot hero idiot. I don't normally rate those. In a Gargant army, I think it is actually a big deal. Because in a Gargant army, your damage is bad, and it's very important that you kill stuff. I guess, to put it another way, when you fight with 500 points of your army, immediately afterwards, you may fight with the next 500 points of your army. Like, if I'm going to phrase it that way, I think maybe I'm getting my point across. I think this is like I don't know if people are underrating it or not, but I think this is underrated. And then Breaker Tribe. Mega Gargants have a ward 6 up while they're within the combat ranges of other friendly Mega Gargants. That's cool. I think what you would rather do is kill than have double wardies, but maybe. I think you really do, unfortunately, have to have 2 of your Mega Gargants next to each other. They're just not good enough separately. People are going to be too synergized up. Their hammers are going to be too strong. Their fit's going to be too fly. You might actually have to do the buddy system, the tag team champion system. And it's okay. Ward is 6 up normally I sleep on, but if you have 35 wounds, that's a lot. Stomper Tribe, Revel in War. You can pick 2 friendly Mega Gargants or Gargants that have not used a Rampage, and they can use jump up and down instead of just 1. Yeah, but I don't think that one's cool. I want to use the cooler ones. Okay. It's Taker Tribe. For sure. Unless I scroll and all their artifacts suck. Big personalities, let's go. Once per battle, I don't like it. Add 2 attacks characteristic of the unit's melee weapons. It's alright. Subtract 1 from save rolls for this unit. What? Why? Bro, I read this. I read this with no downside, and I shrugged and said, it's alright. And I was about to say that I don't take it. Once per battle, plus 2 attacks. I was about to not choose this. And then they put huge downside on top of it. Who writes these? No. What are you doing? I'm taking monstrously tough every time. Give me 40 wounds. What about this? Rabble Rouser. Add 1 to charge rolls. Friendly Sons Behemat units or the wholly within 12. Nah. Yeah, it's monstrously tough. It's this one. I'm not like super thrilled about plus 5 wounds, but it doesn't have a direct negative and only work once for the whole game. And Rabble Rouser, not enough, I don't think. Alright. Artifacts of Power. Amber Bone Totem. For the rest of the turn, this unit can use the charge abilities even if it used the run ability in the same turn. So once, yeah, run and charge. Run and charge is decent on a Gargant, I guess. That is, yeah, no, that is important, I suppose. I don't think they have meaningful ranged abilities. Oh, I just noticed it was once per battle again. I was about to say maybe, but now that I know that it's only once per battle, no. Extra Calloused Feet. Add 1 tax characteristic, rend, and damage to Almighty Stomp or Almightier Stomp. Kind of fun. A lot of Gargant list building in the past has been just finding any damage they possibly can. They're just scraping damage off of every wall and floor. Ahem. Is once per battle, once per game? Yes. Yeah. I suppose if you were super new to the game, you might think that once per battle is once per, like, combat encounter or something, but no, yeah, once per battle means once per entire game. Once per battle deployment phase. Glowy Lantern. Pick 1 manifestation lore available to your faction. This unit can summon it. Wait, can you summon it only in the deployment? Okay, got it. Hey, you choose this nice and late. And then you get it for the whole game. This is it, right? You just you have to put something else on the table. You got 4 guys in your army. You got to put something else on the table. It has to be this one. Pick a manifestation lore available to your faction. So this is the one army in the game where you bring 4 Mega Gargants on a tray and you set your tray down, and then you go back and forth to your car, bringing out every endless spell generic that's ever been made, so that you can peruse your entire while you're ready to deploy. This one, and then you take those 3 off. Anyway. Glowy shield of protectedness. Each time you make a unmodified save roll of 6, you inflict a mortal damage. No, that doesn't happen enough. This ability used to be good when people were rolling hundreds of attacks and 70 attacks and stuff, but you're just not anymore, and so it doesn't do enough. Even with that many wounds, it doesn't do enough. King's Laughter Cowl. Add 1 attacks characteristic of melee weapons while it is in combat with an enemy hero. Not likely enough. Mantle of Tusk and Horn. For the rest of the turn, add 1 to hit rolls for combat attacks made by Sons of Behemat units while they are wholly within 12 of this unit. For the rest of this turn, huh? Should I look? Yeah, it's another once per battle. Fuck you. Stop making once per battle artifacts that trick me. Because you're writing them, don't give them an effect that you would think lasts the whole game, because it's not that great, and then you look and it's once per battle. I'm frustrated by these artifacts section. Is there even 2 that I want? Glowy Lantern for sure, locked in. Honestly, could take or leave the rest of them. And if I could take or leave the rest of them, then it means that Taker Tribe isn't, like, imperative, I don't think. So we could use a boss tribe and, like, double up and fight with 2 dudes next to each other. And it's just like 2 of them go over here and 2 of them go over here, and that's your game. That's your game plan. Boss tribe only works on the smaller Gargants, not the Megas. What? Oh, yeah. Because Gargant doesn't mean everybody. That Gargant technically means the little ones. It's Mega Gargant. You saved me from making a mistake. Yeah, okay. Never mind. Boss tribe. Trash. In which case it's Besieging Bulk. Yeah, but then it's combat ranges. That is pretty close. Alright, well, I know one thing that I want, and it's Glowy Lantern. And the other thing I want is monstrously tough. And the other stuff is so uninspiring, so boring, that I don't even care to make a decision. Because it's just all, like, so boring and minor and dumb. I'm falling asleep over here. Kragnos, fuck off. King Big. 40 health, 4 up save, 10 move. I used to make fun of them because they were so painfully slow. Oh, the turntables, 20 control. Obelisk of Torcrania. Almighty Stomp and Death Grip. Can't be rampaged. Power of Meat. Pick one of the following effects. If the chanting roll was 10 up, pick 2 instead. Okay, neat. Hey, you can use the same one more than once a game now. That's nice. That's cool. Add 2 inch to the move characteristic friendly sons of Behemat units for the rest of the turn. That one's great. Heal D3 to each of them. That's great. For the rest of the turn, add 1 to the rend of your clubs. That's great. Alright. All 3 of the prayer effects are great. Really hard to get off, though. It'll fail the first time, guaranteed. And then the next time, maybe it'll work, and you're kind of flopping back and forth between them. And he's a priest 1. King Big. Next up is the Beast Pounder. This is the one that we didn't see before. They showed almost all of them. The Beast Pounder Mega Gargant. Menhir Club. 4 attacks, 4 and 2, 2, 5. Anti-Monst. And then Stomps and Grips. Monster Infantry Hero. Subtract 1 from an attack's characteristic of enemy monsters while they're in combat with this unit. That's something. That will matter. I don't know how many people are going to be playing monsters. I'm looking at a lot of the monsters in the game, and they look a lot worse. And Companion looks really bad, just as a rule. And I'm looking at all of the infantry in the game, and they got way better. So, I don't know how common monsters are going to be. We'll see. The Beast Breaker Strike. Pick an enemy monster, you can make a pile and move, then roll die on a 4-up and inflict 5d6 mortal damage. 5d6 mortal damage, monster only. Okay, why did you do this? This is core attack fight. Here's the Beast Smasher Mega Gargant, right? Only works against the monster. And then you flip a coin for 5d6 mortal damage. Absolutely staggering, right? But then here's the Gatebreaker. You can flip a coin and just do 4d6 mortal damage to literally anything. Not monster only. Literally anything. Why would you make a 500-point silver bullet guy? What were you thinking? This is dumb. There's only like 6 war scrolls in this whole fucking army. And you ran out of ideas already? What the fuck? That's fucked up. Alright, well, the last one that I saw is the Beast Smasher, and it's just the Gatebreaker, except it can only target one type of thing for an extra d6 on the stupid coin flip. It's got a -1 to attacks characteristic thing. Okay. Yeah, you just take a Gatebreaker. If you're trying to do the fun thing, which is Pulverizing Strike, or Beast Breaking Strike, if you're trying to do the fun thing, you take Beast Smasher 0% of the time ever, and you take Gatebreaker 100% of the time ever. What do you mean? I don't get it. If the target is faction terrain, inflict big dam, then roll that for each non-monster. And then hurt units, okay. Kraken Eater, we haven't seen this guy either. This is the guy who used to kick an objective. Can they still? Do they all have hurled debris? Oh, their hurling stuff is different. So King Broad, no hurling. Beast Smasher, no hurling. Gatebreaker, some hurling. Kraken Eater, long hurling. And then he's got Get Orph Me Land down here. Pick an objective within 1. Roll die on a 2-up. Move the target 2d6. It doesn't have to be double random like that. I don't think that's enough. No, I don't think that's enough. 2 up and then only 2d6. It's essentially like kind of a meme as it is. Yeah, no, Kraken Eater. He is trash. Damn, we're swinging wild. War Stomper with his stupid 2 damage club that I disagree with on a fundamental level. Titanic Boulderhead? How is it Titanic? It's 2 damage. What do you mean? If all the attacks made with this target the same enemy unit for every 5 models and the target unit add 2. No, it should be for every 5 add 2 to the damage. That would make more sense. Hurled body. Sure. This guy sucks. This guy fucking sucks. Give him a break. They've only been writing rules for 9 years. I mean, like 40. But yeah, I suppose depends on what you want to count, right? War Stomper, bad and not fun. Kraken Eater, bad and not fun. Gatebreaker, fun because of Pulverizing Strike. Beast Smasher is copying Gatebreaker's homework and his shit only works on 1 type. Bad. And King Broad. Okay. Is that it? Or have I forgotten one? Man Crusher Gargants. I refuse to talk about this sculpt. I don't even care what your stats are. You're insulting me as a customer by selling this thing. 12 health, 5 up save. Some Beasts of Chaos ass unit. It's 2 Ogre Gluttons stand out, like stacked on top of each other worth of damage. And health actually almost, and the same save. It can run and charge as long as it's near Gargants. And it slays stuff outright. This shit doesn't look good, and I hate it. And then the mob. Oh, this one has like abilities, huh? Each time this unit uses the add 1 to the amount of mortal damage inflicted, if any, for each model in the unit. Okay. Nope. Odo God Swallow. Oh, these are the regiments of renown. Okay. And it's 1 Beast Smasher. You wouldn't want that. Big Drog Fort Kicka. Oh, he's a Gatebreaker. You do want that. Pick an enemy in combat with it. Roll die for each model and 6 up, 1 mortal. Okay. And then he's got Timber. Having 1 Gatebreaker in Beastclaw sounds like better than any amount of points I could spend in that half of the army that costs 500. That's depressing. Bundo Whale Biter. Do we just use their war scrolls? Is that confirmed? Like, for instance, if I ally this guy in, does he still control 20? Because they didn't used to in the old regiment thing. If they control 20 when you ally them in, then they're some of the best ogre allies, I think. As sad as it is to say. They have all their stats still. Alright, yeah. Gatebreaker is fun. Hype level. I used to be on B. It was mixed, but it seemed good. Because you read the Gatebreaker scroll, and that shit was sick. And Broad was okay. And then everything else looked really bad. Now that I've looked through the whole book, Gatebreaker is the singular fun thing in the entire book. Everything else is so boring. It's so boring. And lazy. One fun ability, instead of broken ability over here, one fun ability. The entire rest of the army is meh. Yeah. I was sad to read this. You could still make a really fun army out of them. It's 4 Gatebreakers. That shit's hilarious. But that's it. Broad's okay. Let's not, you know, Broad's okay. Everything else is so boring. And like, copied my homework. It's such a small army. There's so few war scrolls and they're all so similar. And still it's like, just the Beast Striker thing. I'm beside myself. You know? I'm just beside myself for it. Like you're writing all the different war scrolls and you're like, how about a special beast strike that only works against monsters? Okay. What for the Gatebreaker? Oh, the same thing except it works on everything. Like what? Are there really no... There's no ideas left in the world? It had to be that same thing, only worse? Who am I looking at next? Who are you doing next? It's gotta be Iron Jaws, right? Alright, they lied. Sigmar lied. And one of the things they lied about was that they would be separate indexes. They're not. It's just Orc War clans. They're separate armies, but same index. No respect. No respect at all. We lost, boys. Iron Jaws. What did I have Iron Jaws at? I had them at Battle Traits Fail. That was the section that I had. They were in Battle Traits Fail. Iron Jaws. You're sorry to all the Destruction players? Don't worry about it. It's just a game. It's fine. We'll find something good or fun. If there's truly like nothing good or fun, then okay, yeah, feel sorry for us, but it's too early to tell. I need to enter the lab and just play the game a whole lot, you know. We'll figure it out. Move a tiny amount, whatever. It's really strong to be able to move into combat, I guess. But that's pretty slow. I would just as soon let him move, but have him not be able to move into combat, you know what I mean? Must they move into combat? Did you need to get... What if it was 6 inches, but then they can't move into combat? Like, you know, there's a bunch of ways you could have done it. And then once per game, +1 to charge and +1 attacks. Okay. It's alright. A lot of empty space. Losing Mighty Destroyers is a big deal. I think that's super sad. Not Mighty Destroyers. Losing Smashing and Bashing was a crime, I think. It was so, like, it was such a part of their whole identity. And cool, and good. And a way to get around losing to Activation War stuff. I'm sad that they don't have it anymore, but Luminef does. I know Move in Combat gives some tricky plays, that's why I don't want them to have it. I would rather give them faster movement on the table, but fewer potentially super tricky, maybe even some toxic coordinate kind of plays. I would do it the other way around. Let them get into combat faster, you know. And your tricks can be elsewhere. The tricky shit, you know. Anyway, looking kind of sparse on the battle tactics. And losing Smashing and Bashing really sucked. Fluff it all you want, but Mighty Destroyer sucks and is not fun, yeah. Ironjaw's Browl. These are the formations. Make an unmodified charge roll of 8 up. For a non-hero Ironjaw's unit, add 1 to the attack characteristic. Okay. I definitely don't like randomly rolling this. You know. 42% of the time when you charge, something happens totally outside your control. It's kind of dumb. I wish it was something you did on purpose, or how you built your army, or a thing you chose, instead of when you roll high, thing happen. I don't know. It's a good buff, obviously. +1 attacks is good. Add the number of enemy units that have been destroyed this battle to the move characteristic friendly Gore Gruntas and Maw Gruntas to a max of 4. Why a max of 4? Just let it go. Maybe it'll get to 30 someday. Does this work with guys that have 36 charge? If they do, yeah. Is there a way to get it in this army outside of Kragnos? If there is an army, if there is a way in the book to get 36 charge and not just Kragnos, then my opinion spins on a dime. Smash and Bastion. Oh, it's a sub-faction now. Ew, ew, gross. Gross. First time each turn that an enemy unit is destroyed by a fight ability used by Ironjaws, add 1 to hit rolls for combat attacks made by the next friendly Ironjaws unit that is picked to fight. Oh, it's not Smashing and Bashing. They called it that, but it's not it. So you have to win a fight. And then the next swing after you won that fight, you get +1 to hit rolls. So you have to be in 2 combats. And this one, you win that combat. You destroy the whole enemy unit. And then they attack you over here. And you don't die. And then you get +1 to hit when you're swinging back. It depends. Do you hit on 4s with everything, or what? Anyway, Spirit of Gork. Friendly Ironjaws infantry units have ward 6 while they're wholly within 12 of any wizards or priests. Weird Fist. I don't know how many wizards or priests you'll have. You probably will. Getting a 6-up ward is good when your armor is that crazy and your wounds are. It's also the first time, yeah. It's definitely not Grunta Stampede. I don't think it's Iron Fist. Maybe this one if you're trying to do 3d6 charges into a meme. Unironically, I think you take the ward. Am I wrong? Look, I don't know how to play Iron Jaws, and it's been a long time since I played against them. You're gonna have to tell me when I'm wrong. But I feel like your damage is incredible. You just need to not fucking die all the time. Just take the ward. Am I crazy? Weird Fist is the choice. Is it really? Is that what people say? Damn. That's kind of sad. I'm sad that I was right. But maybe not. You know, early on, maybe that is the case, right? Brutal Warlord. This hulking Burt. If this unit charged this turn, pick an enemy within 1, D3, 2 up. If its unmodified charge roll is 8, D6 instead of D3. It's a heroic trait. Are you using a Maw Crusher, or are you just not? I can't remember what a Maw Crusher looked like. Hold up. Are we using this thing? Fucking, why is the Cruel Boy War Scrolls in front of the Ironjaw ones when the Ironjaw rules are in front of the Cruel Boy rules? This fucking bullshit. Alright, Gordrak, the Fist of Gork. How much does Gorodrak cost? Iron Jaws. 450. For a 20 wounds on a 3-up. No ward. And then you get to Super Wah. Pick an enemy monster. Whatever. And you get bonus attacks for each thing. Nah. Oh, Mega Boss and Maw Crusher maintains the 3-up save. I thought he might go down to 4. I don't know, 10-inch move on that pie plate? I just think you just take a bunch of guys. I just think you take a bunch of guys. You know, Mega Boss on foot, all your priesty guys. I don't think you take a big monster. Am I crazy? Hulking Brute, whatever. Oh, redeploy. Good. Yeah, I really like the auto redeploy 4. I really like that ability. I think that's very good. I'm taking it. I don't know who I'm putting it on, but I like it. Add 10 to control score. This unit has a ward of 6 up. Pick one of the unit's weapons, add one to the rend. Don't care. Pick friendly Ironjaw's Wizard cast, blah blah. Targets melee weapons have crit 2 hits for the rest of the turn. Okay, it's a buff. And then you cast it on a whole bunch of guys. That's unfortunate. I wish this wasn't unlimited. I wish that one of these two were. D3 mortal damage, and then if Wizard, another. The Great Big Green Handed Gork. Kind of a teleport, but also with a range, huh? Okay. You can't countercharge after a redeploy, though? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Add 1 to the charge rolls for the target. In addition, if the chanting roll is 8, add 1 to the number of dice rolled to making charge rolls. Hey, it's the thing. So this one could potentially unlock the sub-faction thing, but it's a prayer. So it's going to flop back and forth between not working and working every turn. Yeah, no more green foot, but the foot wasn't in third either, from what I recalled. Heal D6 or more. Only heal, not regen. Not regen guys. If it was regen guys, I would like it a lot more. It also wouldn't make any sense to regen guys, so. And then kill a beat, add +1 to damage. Big. And it's a 4. It's a good buff. Good buff. What should I look at for Iron Jaws? I see that they have pretty boring battle traits. Not a lot going on there. A lot of empty space. Smashing Bashing is gone. I'm not like thrilled about the formations. I guess the ward one is the best. I like the reaction. Redeploy 1. This one's cool. And for the Artifact of Power, these all look like they're supposed to go on a Maw Crusher. I don't know if I want to even play a Maw Crusher. You kind of ruined him a little bit. Spelllore's okay. Crit 2 hits is a good. A teleport's good. Hell yeah. Headbutt ain't, but whatever. This shit's funny. It's range because your guys are slow. This shit's strong. Yeah, your priests are good. And then it goes immediately into Cruel Boy battle tactics. Hey, I was reading the Iron Jaws. You should put the War Scrolls after that. Fuck you. Maw Crusher is one of the best models in the game. Maybe. But I'm just talking about rules. Maybe. Some people like the cabbage, some people don't like the cabbage. They don't like his circularity. I think he's funny. Gordrak, nah. Mega Boss on Maw Crusher. Destructive Bulk. When it piles in, it can move 2d6 instead of 3. Strength from victory, it gets stronger over the course of the game. Bonus attacks. 84212 +1 round down to infantry. 84213. What's he cost? 420? Yeah. Nah. No thanks. His circularity offends you. Mega Boss on foot. Pick friendly brute unit holier than 12. Roll die on a 2-up, add 1 of the attack's characteristic of the target's melee weapons till the start of your next turn. Okay. Did this need to be a 2-up? What if it just worked instead? You have so many 4-up prayers and 7-up spells and roll a die, like... Huh. This guy's a brute boss, not even a mega boss. He's actually just a brute boss. Oh, everybody gets strength from victory. Interesting. So this guy gives big brute buff buoys. +1 attacks, +1 attacks. What does this guy have 2 of the same buff? Alright, so my hero phase. These brutes, +1 attack. Then, when I fight, these brutes, +1 attack. War Chanter. He is technically a priest, so you take him. Weird Naba. He is a Weas. Add 1 to this unit's power level while there are any friendly, essentially Ardboys, wholly within 12 of him. Maybe 10 Bruits. It's Brutes, they're big. 3 health, 3 save, 4 move. 1,000,000 attacks that are huge and multi-damage, and 17 million buffs you can put on them for even more damage. They'll kill anything. People can't capture when they're standing next to brutes, but you can't capture if you're dead. The problem is they'll die too. Our boys. Alright, 2, 3, 4. Could give him a 6-up ward, I suppose. These dudes look so sick. They look so sick, dude. Pick an enemy unit in combat with it, and that charge this turn to be the target. Make a shield bash for d6. 6-up, 1, okay. They're like pushing the shield back, that's cool. Yeah, I will say, brutes do look better in person, Thief, you're right. The fucking choppers. Dude, Ardboys are so cool looking. What a grade model that is. Gorhuntas. 5, 3, 3, 4, 3, 1, 1. So they have an anti-cav ability. Alright, they're the big slow chaff, or the big slow cav, right? And then they have anti-cavalry, and then also their mortal wounds are anti-cavalry as well. And then this is companion. Zagrok Anvil Smasher. 210. Oh, that's fun. So this guy's 200's a lot for this guy. Power of the Great Green God is sick though. This shit's sick. If I were trying to have fun and push any sort of semblance of thought out of my head, I'm taking this dude and crit mortaling up some fucking brutes. Take him with the tongs 100% of the time. Hard boy, big boss. Which is a big boy. 3 additional rally rolls of d6, cool. And 1 of the shield bash rolls, friendly hard boys were there within thing, alright. Gore who? Yeah, hard boy Bane. Weird brute Rekkas. Do these have the brute keyword? They do. Yeah, they are weird. Weird brutes. What if brutes had shit armor but weren't any faster to make up for it? Well, they kind of are faster in that they can run and charge, but that's not what I'm talking about. Do people think these are good? I'm not judging them actually, I'm just wondering. Damage 1, meh. I would have made their movement faster, probably. This guy still looks like he has better than a 5-up armor, I think, but... And then Tusk Boss, we've read it before. Brute Rages. Rager weapons. Oh, these are damage too. That's good. Hey, they got the monster stuff going on. They still move forward because they wear armor pants, just no shirt. That's true. Oh, I didn't even notice the ward down there. Ben Bricchio. These guys are just goofy, aren't they? What a strange thing. Hey, instead of having a 3-up save, what if you had a 5-up save and a 5-up ward? And you were kind of faster. But only if you're getting into combat. Because you're so crazy. But then also you're only at 1 damage. But you're an anti-infantry rend. And 6 attacks is a lot of attacks. These guys are just goofy. What a weird unit. Interesting. And then Brute Rages. They started 3 attacks. Which I think is good. Because I'm not an Iron Jaws player. And so I see 3 attacks. I'm like, ooh, good. This unit does strike first if it charges in the same turn. Oh, that's why people like these. Because otherwise you probably like super lose to activation wars, right? And so you need some sort of like strike first thing. Even then though. Mawtribes. Damn, there's a bunch of different types of pigs, aren't there? Can multiple squads of Ragers, then they get to attack first, yeah. Are these only 3 dudes as well? I wish it would tell you on the War Scroll. I guess it would tell you over here. Yeah. So Brutes are 5. Brute Ragers are 3 for 140. Gore Grunters are 3 for 190. Maw Grunta Gouges. And Weird Brute Rekkas are 130 for 3. Ard Boys are 180, but it's for 10. So it's 280 for 6 Brute Ragers. 280. 260 for Weird Brute Rekka, 6-man unit. The Anvil Boy, 210 is a lot for that guy. War Chanter, 120. Mega Boss, 230. Holy. I was not expecting Mega Boss to be anything close to that. Maybe I'm out of touch. I might be out of touch. And then War Chanter was this. War Chanter 120, Weird Knob 130. I don't know how to feel about Iron Jaws. I think it's cool that they made these units. I just don't like having to roll so many dice for random ass stuff to land. I know I'm playing a GW game, but there's just a lot of that. A lot of this 2 up and then 3 up and then 2 up thing happens, 2 up thing happens, 4 up prey, 4 up prey, 4 up prey. I know nobody wants to do that. Everybody wants consistency. What do? Okay, you do a shitload of damage. You buff up and you just kill something, right? Alright. Wizards and priests all seem weirdly cheap in the indexes you've seen, and combat foot heroes seem way too high. Yes. I think their points are, if you were trying to make points balanced, and I don't know if they are. Every wizard that's 130, and every, like, random-ass foot hero who does nothing that's 180, those 2 points should be flipped entirely. And even then, no one would take the 130 ones. Even then, no one would take the ones that aren't wizards and stuff. It's like, I think the wizard stuff is fine at those costs because they're good and people are happy to take them, and that's fine. And everybody's are about the same price, so it's even, quote unquote. But I don't know. I don't know what the who's like can't wait to take the other ones. I feel like some of the pure combat do nothing foot heroes should be regimented options. It feels like they took a guy out of a champion unit and then just put him as his own unit and his own drop. And I'm like, don't do that. Just put him back in the unit. Hold on, I gotta blow my nose.
With Klondike ice cream bars, you get big servings, big taste, big cream.
Imagine
5 big, moist, delicious ounces of big, hot ice cream. And a coating made with beautiful
Milk.
chocolate. So you can
Pour.
big cream.
Like I've never had it.
Klondike, big bar, big cream.
Ugh, alright. Nose fully blown. Fenrian thanks to tier 1, appreciate it for 24 months. Foot heroes shouldn't have taken up slots in regiments if they wanted us to take more than 2 heroes anyway. I mean, I have heard this complaint, and I have watched people never take... I have watched people never take random-ass foot heroes that aren't trying to cast a spell or pray. I've watched no one ever take those. For going on 10 full years. It's impossible that they don't know what the problem is. Or that it exists at all, I guess. In first edition, no one took that shit. That's it. They just never took... if it's not a wizard and not a priest, and it doesn't have a, at the time, command ability, then it's out. Not a 1. Okay. Second edition... same thing. Hey, if you don't have a good command ability on your war scroll, or you're not a priest, or you're not a wizard, you have no reason to exist. Get out. They started costing them, like, in second edition, some of the heroes went down to 40 points. And still no one took them. People took the command point instead. They actually, this was a thing. In second edition, they're like, this guy costs less than a command point. I'll take the command point for 50. And then in third edition, they're like, every single unit champion in the game can issue commands as if he were your general from first edition. And so they took the 0 jobs that normal-ass foot heroes essentially had in second, and they removed the last final job that they could possibly have. And what did people do? Well, there was a foot hero season, right? And so they made a specific season just for foot heroes and gave those foot heroes free candy. You can teleport every turn, you can teleport with them, you get extra points for having them, you get extra custom, like, whatever, and everyone just took their same old fucking foot wizard they always took before. Now in this edition, I'm looking at a tyrant, and the dude is like 180, and he sucks, and he doesn't do anything. And then I look at a Slaughtermaster for 130, and he's a central linchpin, crucial combo piece of the entire army. And I'm like, when are we gonna do the hero, like, foot heroes have any use at all thing? Because one of the few things in first edition, or not first edition, there was one of the few things in second edition we kind of just solved. We solved that problem, sort of. Heroes had their own little command abilities written on them, and that's why you would take them, because of their command ability. And so some of them got taken. The ones with bad command abilities didn't get taken, fair, but, you know, it happens to all War Scrolls eventually. And the ones that didn't have anything on their War Scroll at all were just obviously useless, but... Matt Rose must surely know the foot hero issue. It must just not be a very important issue to solve. There are bigger fish to fry. It must be. And every time they end up working on the editions of games, it must just not be that important of an issue to solve. You know. Now it's even harder. I guess. Because everything's like drop related. It's like, hey, do you want to add another drop? No. I wasn't going to before, but now I'm even more not going to. I have extra things pushing me away from it. It would be to the point where, like, if you wanted people to take those useless ass foot heroes, you make them cheaper than the wizards, and then you make them an entirely free drop. I mean, like, completely free. Like, for any hero's regiment, you can put any hero in it at all, as long as that hero is useless. And by that, well, that's a game terminology, okay? In game terms, it's this infantry hero is not a priest, is not a wizard, and has no ability on his war scroll that affects synergy or buffs or anything. Like, they get the bolded keyword useless. You do a shitload of damage, you're really slow, you have a 3d6 charge thing, you have a teleport thing. You are really durable with, or you're pretty durable with Ardboys and 6-up wards, I guess. I'm not trying to take any of your monsters, really. Some of the pigs are fun, I think. You are going to struggle with a lot of the things people are doing in the game right now.
Twitch Prime.
Well, Proxy, you think it's a big prime. Appreciate it. For 11 months. Thanks a lot. TYVM. If this doesn't exactly spark joy, it kind of does, but I think about playing it and I'm less so. Too many question marks. I think it just doesn't spark joy. It almost sparks joy. Next. Oh wait, actually, it's in the same thing, even though I keep thinking that it's not, because it shouldn't be. Cruel Boys. Yeah, I just gotta play it. Thief. I think I agree. Is KO the one in F tier? No. F tier was Gloomspite Gets after the faction focus. The only army that looked worse than Gloomspite Gets after the faction focus was Ogres. But that's just the hype level, and that's just from the faction focus. And so now that the indexes are out, we get to see whether the faction focus was successful at its job of hyping us up or not. And I would hesitate to say that all the bottom ones weren't. Time for the boys. You can use your dirty tricks, you can spam them if you want, but they get harder to do. I feel like you either save it for exactly one that's a guarantee, or you just spam the die over and over the max you can. One of the two. Once a turn, your hero phase venom encrusted weapons, 5 up. Yep, this is the one. This is probably too good. Or just good enough. Lethal surprise. An enemy unit that charges this turn and is in combat with any friendly cruel boy units to be the target, then make a dirty tricks. D3 mortal. In addition, no charge damage. Your cavalry sucks. That is indeed a dirty trick. This one's really good. Movement. Oh, just teleport, huh? Alright. Has to be near a terrain feature. But it could kind of be anywhere. And strike last, no range. Yeah, none of these have ranges, or you don't need a hero next to them. They're just happening. Now, they randomly don't happen, right? Because you gotta roll for them, but all of these are great. Yeah, those battle traits are very good. Yeah, it has to be under 10 in the unit for teleport. That's true. Swamp Shroud. Friendly Cruel Boys. Units that are wholly within 3 of a terrain feature are not visible. Okay, that's good. For what this army is trying to do. Your middle finger. We have 3 Bolt Boys, Beast Skewer Kill Bow units. For this turn, add 3 to the range characteristic. Nah. You can use sneaking dirty trick ability twice per turn instead of only once. Oh. Oh. Cool. That's kind of neat. Trophy Finger. Companion weapons used by friendly Cruel Boys units have crit to hits. No thanks, I just won't be using them. I'll use non-companion weapons, thank you very much. Not visible. It's not against shooting only, it's simply visibility. I like Swamp Shroud. Maybe Light Finger, I'd need to play the army though. The dirty tricks... Battle round. Lizard Wizards. Battle round. It's not per game. Don't worry. It's 5 times better than what you thought it was. Or maybe that you were hoping it wasn't. This shit is sick. High skill expression. Cruel Boys heroic traits. Egomaniac. Ahem. Well, this unit is within the combat range of a friendly non-hero Cruel Boys infantry unit. This unit has a ward of 4 up. They give people like shit like this still. I thought this was banned. I thought you couldn't give people good artifacts anymore. I thought this was a 2nd edition thing. Hey, alright. Each time you make a successful ward roll, allocate 1 damage to a friendly non-hero. Yeah, okay, you pass it off. You turn someone else into a true old school bodyguard. Yeah, that's sick. Backstabber. Pick an enemy hero in combat with this unit other than... Okay. Inflict... Wait. Pick an enemy hero in combat with both this unit and another friendly Cruel Boys unit to be the target. No. I don't think I ever would. Slippery Scumbag. If this unit is in combat, roll a die. 3 up, it can immediately use retreat. Ding, ding, ding. I like it. Basically, as I'm looking through Cool Boys, I'm only choosing the bullshit. If the ability reads like a son of a bitch, I'm in. That's what I'm here for. Yeah. So it's like, damn, this shit's annoying. Yep, that's the one I'm taking. Slippery Scum. This son of a bitch? Sure. Yep, I'm in. I like it. Cruel Boys Artifacts of Power. I bite a ass. -1 from hit rolls and wound rolls for attacks made by the target for the rest of the turn. Pick an enemy in combat with this unit to be the target. Once per battle. Oh, but it just works. You don't have to roll for it. Interesting. -1 hit rolls and wound rolls is pretty sick. But once per battle, opponent declared an attack. Mork's Eye Pebble. For the rest of the turn, friendly Cruel Boy units have ward 5 up where they're wholly within 12 of this unit. That's way better, right? Pocket Eye Pebble. Plus it's everybody. Swamp Stave. If this is not a wizard, it can use Unbind as if it were a wizard. Otherwise, add 1 to the power level. Cool. That's cool, too. I don't know how many wizards you're going to end up using, but Pocket Sand is funny. I like Unbinds. Cruel Boys. Spell lore. The Black Piat. Unlimited spell on a 5. You love to see it. Pick a friendly Cruel Boys wizard. Visible 18. Roll die for each model in the target unit for each 6 mortal damage. Okay. It's a Horde Breaker. Boo. Choking Mist. Choking Fug. -1 attacks characteristic. Yo, that's good. Mork's Cunning. Until starting next turn, add 1 to save rolls. Yo, straight up Mystic Shield in Cruel Boys? Look, if anyone ended up getting Mystic Shield, I did not expect it to be Cruel Boys. Like Nurgle, maybe. Fire Slayers off of a prayer, maybe. Iron Jaws, maybe, actually. Very interesting. You know, call him a Scare Shield. Not like this. Thanks for the big not like this. I love the big emotes. Dude, I am gobspracked at this moment. Ward 6, Wizard 2, 14-5. The most dead man ever. Hopefully he's out of visibility. Yeah, actually, Fire Slayers do have, I would say, plenty of defensive abilities as it is, to be fair. $3d6 Unbind. Oh. Once per battle, 3d6 Unbind. Alright. Each time this unbinds, D3 mortals on the caster. If it was 10 up, which it might be with 36, D6 mortals. Auto slay, crush to death, and strangle hex. Roll number of dice equal to target's health characteristic to a max of 10. No auto kill gargants. You're not going to do 17 damage to a mega gargant. I mean, still good. Still very good. It's 5 mortal wounds, this spell. Alright, this guy is cool. He might be dying. I don't think people are going to take him, probably. But look at his abilities. They're so fun. They wrote this. They were trying to do fun. They were trying to produce fun. Once a game 3d6 thing. Fuck your wizards. Strangle Hex is great. In a funny way. He at least has a ward. Double caster's good. Yeah, 3d6 unbind. It's only once per battle. Chill, but yeah, kind of nice with it. What does he cost? You say points, and I didn't think to look. Gobsprack. 380. What do you mean points? He costs the same amount as a Frostlord on Stonehorn. He might actually be better as far as like what he could do during a game. Certainly not in combat. No, let's not go crazy. They're just so different. You can't compare them. No, wait a minute. If I agree with you that he's too expensive, then by proxy, mine is also too expensive, right? Okay, so I agree. 380 is too much for Gobsprack. I'm thinking 320 easy. He's got a 5-up save. 320. And just rubber band my unit down along the same lines and we're good. Alright. Oh, kill the boss. You stole my... They stole the ogre charge ability? The sons of bitches. I liked doing that. That was fun. I liked doing that. I don't like rolling a d3. Alright. Crit Mortal Companion. Crit Mortal Companion. Just take a picture of like this ability spread here. So this guy is a 14 4-up, 12-inch move. Actually a lot of attacks. Crit mortal on half of them. Crits mortal on 5-up sometimes. Gets to redeploy at 4, which is super good. Has old school ogre charge written straight from our battle tome. If you get a 3d6 charge, that works with that as well. And he flies. No ward though. Kill a boss on Corpse Ripa Vulture. 290. Costs the same amount as a Stonehorn Beast Rider. Fuck you. Like I said, everyone is going to be completely fine with Cruel Boys being really good for exactly 2 weeks. Because they deserved it. They were shit for a long time. And then they're going to play against them one time, and the honeymoon is over. Fuck you. Hey, alright. Kill a boss on Great Nash Tooth. You can under friendly Cruel Boys unit wholly within 9 of this unit to be the target. Add 3 to the target's control score at the start of your turn. This unit is contesting an objective you do not control. Add 1 to hit rolls for just everybody wholly within. I don't care about +1 to hit rolls, do I? I'm looking for 6s here. I'm playing an old school army. Although not too old school, because super old school is you are looking for hit rolls. Because they all stack, and then they all count if they're 6s by the end of it. Where are all the on the 2-ups here? That's weird. Yeah, where are all those? Kill a boss. No, this is fine. It's not worth complaining about because they should be writing this for me. And you, like, this is, they should all be like this. So I think it's exactly wrong to complain about Cruel Boys when that's how I want my battle tome to be written. I think they should all be like this one. I want that 2nd edition goofus crap, except with the good rules writing and streamlining of 4th. You know, best of both worlds. Did HeyWoah ever do Sylvaneth? No. I didn't have time. This was a busy week. I streamed Monday and Tuesday. I worked instead of streamed Wednesday, and then I did the 5.5-hour Rifts game yesterday, and then closing in on 4.5 here. I just didn't have time to do all of them. Although, in totality, I probably streamed 1/5 of all waking hours for the past 5 days, so there is that. But it's good fun. I do have to go pretty soon, unfortunately. I might not even be able to finish Cruel Boys as I think of it, but they look fucking great, dude. They're just great. Even if they nerf your number or some ability or something, it looks like this is the type of army that they're writing your rules with fun in mind, and so it'll be fine, right? It is rookie numbers, Cody, actually. I mean, you jest, but it is rookie numbers. Iron Mouse streams like 9 hours a day. Just back to back to back to back. It is rookie numbers, actually. But what are you gonna do? Or any of the other, pick a big streamer or whatever. Right? Marsh Crawla, Slogoth. Yeah, I won't be able to do all of them. I gotta go in like 9 minutes. She's also in a hospital, so what else is she gonna do? Go to a club? Bro, I'm a hermit. I don't go outside. What am I gonna do? Go to a club? Look at... Hold on. Hey, on my way to the club. Wearing a... Hey, is there any gambling at this club? You guys got any betting discs? I'll take a few of them. We have to get 21, or is it under for blackjack? It's under? It's match or under. Okay, nice. Cool. I doubled my betting discs. Yeah, but she doesn't even get a choice. I'm not arguing that my life is worse than hers. As close to 21 with the goddamn... Yeah, it was a bit. Fight her. I don't want to get in the same room as her. I'd probably give her something. She's got CVID. Can you imagine if I accidentally gave her like the flu and she died? Like, that'd be so terrible. No, I refuse to fight. I mean, she wouldn't die. She gets plasma every 2 weeks, so, there is that. But if she got like a sniffle, 37,000 of her fans would tear me limb from limb. They would find where I lived. I would like get home from the grocery store and there'd be 5 men on my porch with baseball bats. It would be all over. They can Hulk her out with... Oh, true, she could become a juicer from Rifts. She gets the super serum and like Bane hulks out. Plasmaxing. Your own mod team. Yeah, my own mod team would actually kind of turn on me. They're more Henya fans based, first of all, but overcharged plasma has different meaning here. Oh, I suppose so, yeah. Fuck, it's already 10:30. Hey, chat. I gotta go. I'll get through all this eventually, but you can just download it and look at it. It's fine. Thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Thanks for watching yesterday if you were there for the Rifts game. Had a good time. And I'll see you next week as I find different days to weave in working on the big vid in between all this other shit. You know that meme where you look at all the stuff you have to do and you're like, damn, I need to fit in room for this extra thing, and then you reach up and you start pulling out sleep? Like, what about... That's where I'm on right now. So next week I'm might not look so good, but maybe I'll be done with a project or two. TY for showing up. And thanks for the subs and the bits and the primes. I'll see you guys later. Stick around maybe for a raid if I can click on it. See you one day.